shoehorns in just so much dumb, like
Yeah, we're live. We're live with Flaming Dildo Cannon. That's where we got in.
his books are literally written as if he played a game with us.
Yes, with us. That's why I like them.
I don't play play characters in the books that I read because I could never be that awesome. And I understand that. I don't want heroes that are as awesome as me.
Well, we're going to be pretty awesome tonight, I think.
I expect flaming dildo cannons to be a definite one of the ideas we'll come up with.
I'll be honest with you. I'd be really surprised if you come up with anything that coherent.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think the what was the other thing they had? They had the rubber butts filled with sulfur.
Yes.
He was just always trying to shoehorn them in. Or he tattooed a message on his butt, but he missed half of it.
All right. So we're gonna get on course here because I've let you guys have your fun for a couple seconds. We are continuing tonight without Dane yet again. I do not think Dane will be returning as a character, but the guy playing him, Zach, will be back as a iteration of some new character. So we are going to start tonight with you guys get back from your adventure. Everything's settling down. Holy crap, that was a lot of stuff going on. You make it home, and Dane drinks a lot, gets a little pissy about the whole thing, uses the company card to go get his face fixed so that he looks like Dane again, and then he kind of disappears. And the next scene we're going to jump to, Kizik put up a thing in chat where you guys were in the bar, and you are kind of chatting amongst yourselves in the bar. And we're gonna start the session in the middle of that conversation. I'd actually like you guys to recap that conversation for the stream if you don't mind. And I'm bringing up the map with the bar in it.
Hi guys, welcome to our official Sunday dinners. Oh crikey, how's that arm treating you?
It's a little bit stiff, if I'm going to be honest. It's hard to get it to do the rotate, like I need.
Oh man, but it looks quicker, like your hand moves. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose, but I'm excited. It looks real cool.
It's pretty shiny, I gotta say. It's weird that I look down at my arm and there's no hair. It's very strange.
Oh, we can put some hair on it. That's just like a kill. That's really cool, actually. But yeah, we have Gar here. Gar's your belly, your tum-tum's okay?
Yeah, it was just like a stomach flu or something. Nothing major.
Yeah, we were a little bit concerned you might have been pregnant. It might have been like a male seahorse situation.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because we know how Trandoshans breed.
Yeah, I don't think that's how they give birth at all.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
He doesn't know because he's not really a Trandoshan.
And Argon. Oh man, can I still call you Argon? Did you find a new identity?
Hey, as long as we speak really quiet, I haven't gotten a new identity. I got to go and get that actually digitally done. But I've got some names, possible names picked out. But I'm sure you guys will help me pick out some names also.
You could be Dane.
No, that's okay. I don't want to be Dane.
Oh man, have you seen Dane? He's just not here. Oh man, but we're trying to. We got to go a real long ways, so we got to figure out how we're gonna catch a giant worm, and I got to figure out how to film it too. That'd be really neat. But we can either like try to find a spaceship to take us over there, and it'll be real quick, like 3 or 4 hours, or we can start packing up the skiff now and just spend the next 4 or 5 days traveling over there. Did you think of any ways to kill a giant worm? I heard that if you use electricity, it stuns them to the surface, and then you can kill them.
Well, and then you can use a giant hook to actually go fishing with them, right?
You're just going for like.
What are you fishing for with a worm that big?
I have no idea. I'm saying. I'm just
Bigger
giving you
than that,
possibilities.
you get
A
Oh,
really big fish.
That's right.
I'm
Are
gonna
you
get some stun
volunteering to
gauntlets
be
and
that
punch it.
worm?
Maybe enough fish to feed a Wookiee, right? Or a Transdotion?
Transdotion?
Someone give me an intelligence roll.
That's not me, mate.
What are we looking for? Just raw intelligence?
Just raw intelligence. You roll it raw without any opposition.
So I was talking to this gent the other day who
I good at dice. I
He
got a 3
feels
advantage.
like his plan is solid.
All right, I'm all aboard giant hook.
I don't think that's a good plan.
now really
It occurs to Gar that you guys have figured out vaguely where, but the scale of the map you figured out vaguely where, like, it's not like you're going to roll right up to this thing. You're going to have to hunt it. Which, that's what you do. So, of course, you would be the one that would bring that up. He's talking like you're just going to roll up to it and know where it is. But you know vaguely where it is.
Yeah, right. We know it's between the sea and the mountains.
This thing goes underground, right? Like, how are you planning on tracking it? Like, I generally track things that are, above the ground.
I don't get one of them earthquake sensors, a
That's a good
seismometer.
idea. Seismometer.
Yeah, it could be like one of those, graboids, type things. I don't know if it's maybe they hear you and that's how they find you type thing.
That was a movie, right?
We're gonna have to do some research, I think.
Definitely.
I was talking to this guy the other day who he hunts worms, but little worms, used for fishing. He gets 30, 40 at a time in a scoop, but he has to go out in the it's low tide, and he walks out there and he scoops them up and he puts them in a bucket. He says they are very susceptible to electronic interference, so I like your shocking idea. I think that's a good idea.
Some stun gauntlets. I think I'm also
Something
gonna
to
get. I'm gonna get a bunch of lightning grenades, in case I get eaten. I'm gonna give it indigestion.
That's a good idea, yeah. But I'm thinking some sort of probe we put down in the ground, and then we use a bunch of power.
Oh, I heard they like Lasat meat, which I can attest. It's pretty tasty.
That's disgusting. I don't want you talking like that.
What do you mean?
I'm all for you eating animals that are not sapient. But
He was already dead.
Also,
I didn't kill it.
ate the hand of a Jawa.
That's not true. I spit that back out.
He chewed on it. He didn't swallow it.
You can tell me whether that tasted better than.
It was awful. It tasted awful. Have you smelled them? It tasted like they smell.
Yep.
And I mean, Jawas are pungent.
Let's try to get back on track, because I actually hear Jupa is tasty.
It's going to be a lot of meat too.
That's a lot.
That's a
yeah.
specialized thing. Oh man, if we bag that, we can sell all the meat.
Why don't we try to get sponsored here then? Maybe talk to the bar owner here and see if they'd be interested in getting down on some Jupa meat.
Maybe think a little bigger, because like the bar is not going to be able to serve that much Jupa meat. You want to find one of those the meat traders, the ones that ship it off country.
Oh yeah, supply restaurants and stuff.
Chip sells
Yeah.
meat. Right,
I mean, there's
inside
got to
our-
be a meat cannery around here somewhere.
Well, I'm sure when you ran the pickled geezer, right? You knew some suppliers. Maybe you know somebody.
Yeah. Let me reach out. Oh, my droid, Cats was she could get things, so she might be able to help us out offloading a bunch of geese. But we still need to find it and kill it first.
Yeah,
I got-
Yeah, but if we get the cannery to sponsor us, right? So they get a better deal on the meat than if they wait till after we put in all the work. We might be able to afford better equipment to take down. I mean, this is a 21-story behemoth.
Yep. So let's see if
You guys are talking about money, and no one said, "Hey, where's Dane with our credit card?"
I mean, I don't think he's really been that useful with the credit card yet. So,
outside of the fact that
I'm
was
kind of worried.
40,000 credits.
I kind of thought he left it behind, and like he's left it just at the his room.
Oh no!
he took our 40,000 credits. I will hunt him down and eat him.
Well, he took your credit card to get his face fixed, and then he disappeared.
I'm going to eat him.
Right.
Bastard.
Can we cancel the card? Get a new one in the mail, maybe?
Do you want to call the Huts and say, "Hey, Dane ran off with our card"?
Oh boy.
No, I want to call the Huts and say Dane ran off with your card.
That's a good way to pitch it if you got to make that phone call.
Hey, listen, the guy that you put in charge of money, that in charge of the money that we make for you, he took the card and ran.
Does that end our contract with the Huts? Or are we still
I
on
feel
the
like
hook?
that's a no. The contracts with Huts don't really end. They really only end like one way.
I still owe them 50,000 credits.
Well, there was 40 grand on that card at least.
Actually, there's 24 and change on the card.
Oh.
I gave him more than 24. That son of a gun.
Well, then he's doing a really poor job of his job, because this card says 24,116 credits. And his personal card says 3,874 credits, so he wasn't putting it in there.
Oh man.
We might need to stop by Bacon's to see. He's his last. That's where he'd go to get his face redone, right?
Yeah, bacon. That's right.
As I start walking out towards the door.
I'm gonna grab a handful of Giza and and get my pint refilled.
As you do that, Jen, the Cathar bartender, is going to be like, "Hey, Gar, I made something special." And she's going to pull out a bunch of 10 cans with pop tops. All right, they're kind of like your standard pantry can with a pop top. It is pickled Giza in a can.
All right, I'm gonna take all the ones she can give me, and
Okay.
I'm gonna be sure to eat these where a certain person can see me.
Mm-hmm. So technically she does charge for these, but it's such an insignificant amount of money, we're not going to keep track of it. You just now have these pickled Giza. When you pop the first one, which I'm assuming you do to taste test it, the smell is incredibly pungent. Think like sardines.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna be taking these and then running to catch up, and then as I'm standing next to Hookris, I'm gonna pop one and just guzzle this thing down noisily. And then immediately pop another one, and
that's the thing that I did, and oh well.
The bartender gave me these. These are delicious. Have you had these before? As I eat I'm just popping them left and right.
Mine were better. Mine were like dill and not.
He doesn't.
Acetone?
There's definitely dill in this. Yeah, you're right there. I do taste a little bit of acetone.
2 of my players don't believe in moving their tokens, so I guess I'll do it.
I tried moving my token. I couldn't even find it.
So you show up. Is Crikey? So Bacon is he's actually midway through his surgery as you walk in, and he looks up and he's like, "Hey guys, what's up?"
He's got his arms like in the guy.
Yeah, there's like a human. He's got kind of a ratty beard and some black hair, and he's like, "Hey guys, how can I help you today?" And he's like, "Shut up, I'm working on you."
Is that our friend Dane right there? You changing his face a little bit more?
Oh no, Dane's come and gone. He came by, paid in cash this time, which is nice.
Shit.
No favor trades or anything.
He paid in cash.
Yeah.
How much by chance did he pay?
Well, the original stuff, just to get his face changed, was only like $8,000, but then he had a bunch of optional extras put in. One of them's pretty personal. He probably doesn't want me telling you about it, but all in all,
he used our money to do it, so I think it's okay if you tell us.
Yeah, so I still haven't heard the total cost here yet. I heard part of it, but not all of it.
As part of the company, he's got to turn in the invoice, and we've got to, reimburse him. And
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let me print up the receipt for you. I get you an invoice. And he leaves a hand in the guy as he takes a bloody hand and starts tapping on his data pad. No like little filter thing on it or anything. And then beep boop boop, and he pulls out a piece of flimsy and kind of chucks it in your direction.
Nice.
yeah, I'll grab that.
Mm-hmm. It says 12,487 credits. Plus a tip.
Did he tip well?
Yes, he tipped well.
What was the personal thing?
Oh, he had enlargements.
Oh, come on.
If you're gonna use the money, go all out, right?
Hey, any chance he said where he was going next?
I assumed he was going back to talk to you guys. You guys need any work? Hey, how's that cybernetic arm working out for you, Crikey? It looked like it twitched a little when you... Yeah, you want to hang out for a second? I'll have a look at it. It looks like it glitched a little when you were trying to catch that receipt.
Yeah, you seem a little busy there, Bacon, but I might hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, Ricky, let the doctor check your arm out. We don't need another incident like at the bar.
At the bar. Oh, did you crush a glass? Oh God, did you try to arm wrestle anyone?
No, it just started going up and down.
Oh, well, that's normal. He probably looked at something and it excited him.
That's what it looked like. Yes, he was looking at me though, so I think you should get that checked out.
Bacon, I got one little question. Did you leave the tracker in Dane?
Ooh, someone's got some... Sounds like a blender.
Oh, sorry. It's my daughter. I don't know what she's doing. What are you doing over there?
Well, don't put your daughter in a blender. Holy shit. Can't have been that bad. Anyway.
Beautiful oblivion.
Right? So, Bacon's like, yeah, no, he definitely had all that and the other stuff taken out. He even had the hacking tools taken out, which, I mean, I don't know why you would do that, but he seemed really, really emphatic that we take everything out that was put in. Like, he was really upset. I guess, I mean, I kind of knew you guys didn't ask, but you paid well, so...
It was an elective surgery. He just didn't elect for it. We did.
Yeah. Anyway, hold on. Let me wash my hands real quick before I go over there so I don't get anything on your cybernetics. This guy, he's got clamps. Like, and I'm not talking like medical, nice surgical steel clamps. He's got like body mechanic, like car mechanic clamps holding this guy together. He's like, I'll be right back. And he comes over and starts working on your arm.
Hookroos is very excited about the fact that there's a guy with robot clamps. It's like, I told you that.
You should check that out.
Told you guys that's how you're supposed to fix people.
Oh, he's got wood glue over there. That's not how you fix people.
That's how you keep the skin stick together.
Says it's stronger than regular wood.
Yeah, I like super glue better than wood glue.
So,
no.
Yeah, he's like, I have no idea why it's doing this. All the diagnostics say that it's okay. I guess if you want that addressed, we're going to have to schedule you for, like, I'm going to have to take it apart. It's going to be an appointment. But I won't charge you for it because I take pride in my work. It's just going to take time. You know, whenever you want to get it looked at, if you guys are in the middle of something, maybe you want to take that care of. It shouldn't create too much of an issue for you. It's just occasionally it's going to glitch. If you get really mad at someone, it might try to punch all by itself.
Right. So, how long do you think the appointment will take?
If everything goes smooth, it'd be like 6 hours, and I can put you under. You won't need to be awake for it if you don't want to.
I look at the man on the table with the wood clamps, and I'm like, right. Yeah, we're gonna go figure some shit out, and I'll be back.
Yeah. And he waves it with bloody hands. He waves the goes back to
Yeah,
work.
you might not want to be awake for that if he starts working on that thing.
Let's get the fuck out of here, guys.
Did that hand previously belong to like a sex worker? Or, like, why does it do that?
I'm not too sure. I think that it's not really made for Wookiees.
Oh.
So I get a little bit of a muscle spasm, and it just goes crazy.
Maybe the guy that owned it was just really into Wookiees.
Is it too small?
It's a little weird. I mean,
That
it's
is
gold.
what Dane said.
Yeah, Dane's was a little too small, obviously.
You're guessing that every person that says that to their cyberneticist, the answer is, of course, yes.
Right.
I want money to fix that.
It's covered by insurance? Hell yeah.
Yeah. Let's get that elective surgery. Okay, so you guys...
So I'm gonna go visit the shop over here and pick up some things.
You should do that. So you guys have a pretty good idea that Dane may have skipped town and went to Vegas with your credit card.
Yeah, we need to find him.
Stun damage and ion damage are totally different, right? And we want stun damage.
That is 100% correct.
Okay.
Hookers, that is basically your money. Is there anything you want to do? Someone said something about calling the huts.
Get it back?
Yeah.
Get it back?
I want to get it back. I was going to go talk to the one of the skip tracer guys, but he only does that if there's a credit card. But that's also kind of my credit card, so I should know the numbers on it.
Well, Grin only does slicing for cards. Skip tracing is actually a bounty hunter thing where they trace a person, and that's what the other guy does. But the other guy's a general slicer. So you could talk to Kyle, he's your general slicer, or you could talk to Koth, who seems to know the shadier. He's a pirate. By this point, you just know he's a pirate. But he's not like a super brutal one. He tends to attack Imperial transports because, you know, he says it's a victimless crime. Who else do you know? You could ask Jen, the bartender. She knows everybody. Oh, and you know a super shady guy over at the gambling den that you helped steal a shuttle from mining town a while back.
I mean, that's the closest place. Let's go to the super shady gambling guy.
Okay. So the gambling den is relatively new. It's called Vanna's Den. And they don't let any droids in. And it's a pretty small establishment. But I'm imagining that, like, since it's opened, you guys have went in once or twice.
Yeah. Hookers would have talked to everybody.
All right, so is Hookers going in?
Is anybody else going? I guess they're all shopping, trying to be prepared.
I found something that we should look at. The portable electric fence.
Bring it up.
You guys can do your shopping. Let's let Hookers do this little RP scene.
Yeah.
So you're going in by yourself. So as you come in, there's a standard entrance. There's a modified probe droid that's got like 16 blasters on it. It's a ridiculous number of blasters. It could not possibly function effectively with all of them, but it's very scary looking. And there's the only droid in the facility other than security, which is the greeter droid. It's a standard 3PO unit, and it says, "Hello, welcome to Vanna's Den. We have a simple set of rules." Oh, Mr. Hookers, I recognize you. Yes, the cover charge to get into the den is the same as always, and he holds out his little slotted hand.
Insert a credit, or the credits.
And it's 5 credits. It's just to get in the door. So you walk in the door, the smell of tobacco smoke and some bass music with some thumping to it, and there's girls dancing and people gambling and the sound of coins hitting tables and stuff like that. And in the very back of the room, you spot Harvey, the guy that you helped liberate a shuttle from the mining town when you got your mining drills. He's made a little bit of a name for himself getting stuff in and out of orbit without inspections.
Is this the same guy that pulled a blaster on me? And
he did at one point in time when you first met him pull a blaster on you. He's currently talking to a cybernetic Duros, The Duras does not have the guns, though. They made you check your weapons at the door. I forgot to mention that. So, but you know, they're in a lively conversation. There's a man named Kevon. He looks remarkably like the guy whose guts you just saw splayed all over the table. You give him a long stare, but couldn't possibly be the same guy. I mean, his stomach's totally intact.
He's actively awake and doing things.
Yeah, he's actively awake and gambling. There's a Mun next to him that he's engaged in a very lively conversation about what the chances of them hitting the jackpot are.
Hookers sits down at the. I guess they've got I'm going to stand beside the table. I'm going to order a drink for Harvey and the Duros that he's talking to.
Okay. There's little dum-dum droids running around taking drink orders. It's more or less automated. They come back, they're very shaky at delivering drinks. So you notice that they only fill the cups up halfway so they quote unquote don't spill. That's totally why they do it. It's not to save money. And you know, they come back with the drinks and Harvey's like, "Hey, it's nice to see you, Hooks. How's it going, man?"
Yeah, I'm glad you landed on your feet. You were a little bit worried leaving the mining industry.
You know, it turns out that running a shuttle is absolutely more profitable than building mining implements for Zerka.
Right? It's all good things. I mean, blasters are gone. We had a fun adventure. I might have another fun adventure. Do you remember? I don't know. Dane might not have been there. But anyway, we had a money man named Dane who appears to have tried to run off with all my money.
Oh yeah, the man with the hat.
Yep. That stupid hat. But yeah. You may be a little bit more connected than me. Where would somebody go to spend a bunch of money quick?
I mean, you could lose it here if you wanted to, but you know, it depends on how much is a bunch. You're talking like, you know,
30,000 credits.
30,000. Oh shit! Depends on what you want to do too. For 30,000 credits, you could straight up buy a ship and leave.
Mm-hmm. He also got enhancement surgery, so he might be looking to test out his.
What kind of enhancements are we talking about? He's just never mind. I probably know. So I mean, there's a bunch of places. Do you want me to you wouldn't be coming to me if this were above board. I'm assuming that this money is not his.
Yeah, that's correct. It is mine, or it's kind of mine. It was lent to me by a hut, and he was sent to me by a sub hut to look after it, and he's looking pretty hard.
So Harvey looks very concerned as soon as you start saying that you were lent the money from a hut, and immediately downs the rest of his drink, flags down the droid, and is like 4 shots of Curly and whiskey. And as the droid bring those back, 2 of them he hands over to you. You're gonna need these.
Yes, sir. Hoopa! Down the hat.
So your best bet is to get this situation under control before the hut figures out about it. I've never been in debt to a hut. I don't ever want to be in debt to a hut. Seems like a bad idea. Yeah, I normally do charge a pretty significant finder's fee for this kind of work, but I tell you what, just because you are obviously in a jam, if I find the money, I would like a cut of 10% of whatever's left on it if I find it.
Man, you make it 7 and we got a deal.
Roll your negotiate.
Gonna be 15 by the time he's done talking.
I was about to say he's already cutting you a deal, so it's gonna be 3 purples. You basically already kind of won him over with sympathy, and then you hit him with the "let me cut your rate down," but you do manage to do it, and he's like, you know what, it's 7's fine. It's not really about the money. If I can't find it, then you know I'll waive my fee.
Yeah, we know each other. You next time you need a thing, we figure you need a good crew. I'm here to help you too, man.
Do you have the account information for the card?
Of course I do.
Would you mind giving it to me?
Yeah, I'm patting my pockets, going, here it is.
You just hand this over to anybody who asks. He smirks at you. He's like, "This is probably how you got in this situation." But lucky for you, I'm above board this time.
Above board.
So let me roll his stuff. His underworld efficiency. Hey, you know what? Dane's not really smart enough to be covering his tracks, so. Oh, so he still doesn't find it the first time. All right, he's like, all right, I got to make some with 2 advantage. I got to make some phone calls, and unfortunately, my immediate contacts, like I figured he might have run straight to the starport, but he didn't do that. So I'll give you a call as soon as I have something.
All right, thanks for the shots.
Yeah, man. Hey, good luck. As you wander out of the den, the weight of what may have just happened is starting to settle on you, and you realize that Dane may not have only just screwed you over by stealing money, but there's a chance he got you in significant trouble with huts.
Yeah, I start trying to put together, like, what kind of footage can I try to sell right now for quick cash? This Imperial's probably not going to take any quick money. Everyone else is still actively shopping.
I was about to say, as you walk into the courtyard, you see Gar and Crikey with their arms literally stuffed full of everything under the sun.
I'm pretty sure Gar and Crikey are discussing whether it's going to be possible to load the electric fence into the harpoon launcher.
That's exactly what we're talking about. I'm trying to figure out a way that they can take the whole bowl right in the muzzle. We've got 2 Thunderbolt shock prods, one red and one green, and we might even be tapping each other with them as you guys come out. And we're playing with all of our new toys.
I'm just watching every time I wave the wand close to him, his hand just goes straight into that up and down motion.
My hair sticks up too.
Yep.
I am flat broke. It cost me $2,300.
You and me both. At least your no money doesn't involve getting eaten by a hut. But Hooks will be all right. Let's. I don't know. Oh wow, that motion. You might be able to make some money.
We're not going to go there.
I could get a nice powder blue suit.
Right, so I bought a bunch of stuff. The Thunderbolt shock prods, I think we should get some for everybody when we get to that point.
And stun grenades.
Yeah, so can we...
Were you also taking the batons too?
I did not want the baton.
That's why you put it back. Okay, gotcha.
I tried to clean up after I'm done. There we go. Those shock prods are pretty pricey, though.
Matt, you said you spent $2,300.
I did.
All right, I'll cover half of that.
Oh shit! Okay.
We'll take that off of mine. So that's half of that is 15, 16. All right. I cough it up.
So,
Sweet.
Hooks, what you gonna tell the crew? Also, what's Argon been doing this whole time? Is he passed out in the bar?
No, not passed out in the bar. Trying to figure out what we need to do with getting my ID changed.
Okay. Let's have a couple conversations about that. Let's say that people have kind of steered you towards Koth for getting that done. And Koth has basically said, hey, I heard that Gren quoted you a pretty exorbitant amount of money and that you probably can't afford it. How much could you afford, and would you be willing to do a little bit of smuggling work for me, since, you know, that's obviously what you do?
I definitely would be interested in doing the smuggling work. I do have to work with my my crew, make sure that we're all in agreement.
Okay. Okay.
But what kind of work do you got? Did you have some data information on it?
I mean, my main concern is that you don't have a ship, so the real work that I absolutely need done, it's going to be difficult for you to do. You may have to figure something out. But I'll go ahead because you've been around for a while and you guys have been pretty helpful. And there was that situation with the transport that you guys did for me a while ago. So I figure you're good for it. Can you afford any money down on it?
What kind of money down are you talking about?
The reason I'm asking you is because I have no idea what kind of funds you have available. And the more money you give me up front, the higher quality, the change I can make. But if you can't afford anything, I'll make do with what I got. But I wouldn't be flashing your new chain code to any Imperials.
Oh no, definitely, I understand. I don't really have a lot right now. I think the best I could do is 1,000 credits.
Okay, I'll take 1,000. Let me go ahead and get your new ID set up, and I'll get back to you in about an hour.
Excellent, thanks.
In exchange, just so we're clear, I have a crate or two of things that need to be moved from a orbital holding area on the other side of the moon to this warehouse, and he points to the warehouse in the corner of the Mechanist District, without going through Imperial Customs or being opened. And he hands you a data card with that information. He's like, I need that done within the next 30 days. Are we good?
All right,
Are we good
next
with
3
that
days
arrangement?
sounds good to me. So we got all the information on the data card.
Yep. Okay.
Sounds good.
So he's going to go off and make you an ID for 1,000 credits. We are going to see what kind of quality he comes up with here. Oof. 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 All right, he's going to come back with an ID, but he's going to be like, I wouldn't try to walk through Imperial Center with this.
Oh, come on, man.
It's what he could do with the resources he had available in 1,000 credits. I think the other quote you got was 30K, so you shouldn't be too surprised.
No, I'm not, and I'm thankful, but ouch, man.
Okay. While all that's going down, let's so
I think Crikey and I are gonna have to hit Hookris up because we've been paid in 4 episodes.
mhm. You guys-
Right, but he didn't really have any money right now.
we want to have that conversation before I move on to the next part.
You guys turn around and go like, "Hey!" And you see Hooker's looking down, like deep in thought, and he's going, "All right, I got a shotgun in my locker up there. If I sell that, I can get like 800
no.
credits."
Right, Hook. I know we're a little tight on some money. But we haven't been paid in a little while. So I just want to let you know that Wookiees don't work for free, mate.
And Trandoshans don't either.
I've got something for you, because I can't make heads or tails of it. It's right here. Maybe you can sell it and do what you need to do, mate. Wink, wink.
You can't wink when your hand is doing that.
I mean, I'll be honest. You might need a hand like that.
Make some money with a hand like that.
I tried to bring that up. The Wookiee said no, and I don't push it after that.
No. He said he wouldn't do it. I'm saying if you had a hand like that, you could do it.
Listen, I want to put one thing perfectly clear.
Yeah.
Wookiees are known for ripping people's arms off. Do you
Right.
want me to be anywhere near?
No, I'm
that?
saying Hookris. I wouldn't put you near someone else's dick. Seems like it's a terrible idea. I've seen you rip arms off. I can't imagine what you would do if you got hold of someone's junk.
No lube.
Okay. So where are you guys having this conversation? You're just having it out in the middle of the courtyard here?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I look at as we pay for all the equipment, and I realize that Craig and I are down to our we're under 2K as far as we haven't been paid in forever. Like this was kind of sold to us as a money making gig, and we are not making money.
Okay. So Koth, it's been a few hours since Hooker's talked to Harvey. And Koth, who rarely leaves the bar unless he's going to his ship, comes from the wrong direction. Like, he's not coming from the bar, he comes from the courtyard, and he walks directly up to you guys. He's like, hey guys, how you doing? Argon, here's your ID. I would not flash that to any Imperial forces, but it will work with the local magistrate, and so you can set up a credit count. I also took the liberty of having the remainder of your credits from your old account embezzled through a few different banks, so you should have access to your credits. Because, metagame in the beginning, we did say that your chain code and your identity is tied to your bank account. So if you ever had to do this whole changing identity thing, you would hypothetically have lost your credits.
Yep, I do remember that conversation, and I'm glad we got that sorted out.
But we got it all sorted out, and he's like, hey, Hooks, I've got something for you. And he waves you over.
Slowly walk over there, still counting like our shotguns. All right, do I really need to start hooking?
He hands you a green hat.
My eyes get bigger, and I go, "Do you have the rest of the body?"
Do you grab the hat?
Immediately, yeah.
Okay, it's pretty bloody on the inside, but there is a card inside it. There's a credit card inside of it. And he's like, Harvey says you owe him 10%, and he starts walking towards the bar.
Is that Dane's hat?
Um,
Where's the body? I wanted to eat him.
Here's the card. It does not have the full amount, but it does have the majority of it that was on it originally, or that was on it when I took it off of his plate. Now, you said a much higher number than he had on there.
yeah, I was keeping track of it in a text pad, and I'm only a little bit upset. Whatever. I have money. I immediately go.
What is your number? Because you're probably paying attention.
My number was 34997. I don't know why. Well, because there's a 3 there. Whatever.
34. But they're basically 35,000. Or 35,000. Okay.
So I'm assuming that's the company card, right? Not his personal card.
I'll give you a little bit more for that. No, that's not his personal card. That's the company card. That was what he had.
Okay.
That was what Hooker's asked about, and legally, that's his. That money was borrowed from the Hutts on his obligation. But yeah, no. So you don't know what happened to Dane, but you could guess. You just had drinks with a man and talked about having someone killed. That's what Hookers realizes. He's probably not that upset about it, though.
I tossed the hat to Gar. I said it's pretty wet on the inside. You can lick it if you want.
I'm gonna see if I can track the body down. I really wanted to eat him.
You just end up with his hat under your pillow.
Yeah, I'm gonna find him.
Find him, motherfucker. I'm gonna find him.
Next Sunday dinner's on me, guys.
Hey, guy, you should take this shock prod right here.
Yeah.
And this grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bought them for you, mate.
I think I bought him for me.
Oh, well, that's good. Now you're bringing them over to me. Right.
I'll be right back, guys. Actually, no, I can just email the guy money, right?
Yeah, you can access. So now you have the card, you can plug it into your data pad. And as long as there's a local ATM, you can go up to it and just hit a few buttons and transfer things into people's cards. Everything's physical. That's the only downside of it. So you do need like a terminal, but there's plenty around.
Did you sell that nugget?
I'd also like to sell a bunch of stuff that I had lying around.
Okay. All right, roll. Do you want to negotiate for it, or you just want me to do it all in one shot?
I'd like to negotiate for it.
Okay. Give me a 2 purple negotiate check twice.
Six success.
Holy shit. Okay. The other one's that good. You do get 2 threats. Okay.
3 success.
Okay, so you get 3,000 credits for the bloodstone. You get 8,000 credits. Sorry, 9,000 credits for the gold nugget. You're writing this down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You get face value for everything except the compound bow. Nobody will give you what that's worth for it. You can still sell it if you want, but it's going to be like 20% value. It's just not a advanced or rare weapon, and people don't want it because it's not a blaster.
I will put that back in my backpack.
Okay. I'll give you this back then, and I'll take everything else and put it away. That should solve your money problem temporarily.
Right, so we can get paid now, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There I am winking with my arm going all crazy again.
Each of you guys hear a ding in your data pads, and you get another 2,750 credits.
Are we all taking a break?
Nope, just doing some banking.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
well, I'm gonna
did the banking.
I'm gonna
Like, man, I wish I wish I had this money before. I could have got myself a better ID.
I'm gonna run to the head real quick. I'll be right back.
Copy.
Yeah. Also, last time I found a life scanner thing that looks like it sits in your backpack and helps you scan for life. I don't know how that's going to penetrate the ground or not, but that was my super genius idea.
We could try to maybe add to it. If it won't work immediately, we could maybe mechanically make it happen. I couldn't find anything like a seismograph. Does anybody see one?
It's that specialized equipment. We probably need to, go somewhere that specializes in that.
Okay.
Oh man, does the laser drill we have, that was giving you readouts as you were very specifically deciding where you're going to drill things?
Well, that's a good point.
That plus a life scanner, I feel like, should penetrate ground pretty good.
That electric fence at all, does that actually penetrate ground at all, or is that just above ground fencing?
It's just the two things put a energy link between them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was ground penetrating at all or not. But
I was thinking we make like a net with them.
Yeah.
And then we entice it to jump up through the net.
There we go.
Or turn it on as it jumps through,
The problem is, it only is a stun grenade worth of effects. And I also have a really cool thing called where'd it go? Electro snare.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is we combine those and we try to create a giant electro snare.
Right. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We should probably go to the Joppa Worm area first. Maybe,
Yes.
see what we can get there. Might be able to MacGyver something out. You know?
That's what I'm thinking.
So the original idea was, do we take a ship, make it there in a couple hours, and just go straight to it? Or do we take our skiff and take a couple days, but maybe do a hunt on the way in?
We should do whatever makes us the most money and costs us the least money.
Taking the cargo skiff should probably be cheaper, right?
Can I get another intelligence check?
No.
See who realizes it. I'm gonna start making you do these anytime I have to remind you of information I've already given you. All right, who rolled the 1-2?
Hook Cruise remembers.
Hook Cruise remembers that when you guys were flying in and you were listening to the brochures, there's only 3 inhabited cities on this planet, and none of them are over where that thing is. Meaning, where are you gonna find the things you need? Out where this Jupa is.
Oh, I thought it destroyed a city. My bad.
It destroyed an ancient city.
Oh,
That's what the archaeologist was trying to prove. So just to reiterate the whole conversation, he was trying to have an archaeological dig to prove that the Jumpa worms, and specifically this big monster Jumpa worm, destroyed the city, and that's why it's abandoned and ancient, etc. And during that expedition, he got attacked. So that's what was going on over there. And he tried to hire you, and when you guys couldn't agree on terms, he took, amongst other things, the Trandoshans that were local to here, and several other groups, and said, we're going to go, do this thing without you. So you're not the only ones looking for this thing either. And you're in the middle of a courtyard full of hunters talking about your plan to hunt this Jumpa down.
Yeah, so Hook Cruise says, let's head back to our house.
That sounds like a good idea.
All right, I'm following you.
Okay, let me grab everybody's tokens and get you. I'm assuming that means you want to switch back to the map. That is,
No, we're just going for somewhere private. We don't actually need the things there.
okay.
Just put us on top of the roof.
There you go. Yep. You guys go home. I don't know
All right.
I don't know what happened to Gar's token. For all I know, he's in Kevin's getting turned into bacon.
Guys, up here.
There you go.
I found Dane. I've been eating him.
This is my old token too.
Oh, well, I can fix that. I don't know. I don't know that I have a ton of copies of the new one. Nope, I got one over here though. Let's grab this and put this here, and then get rid of the old one.
There it is. Meow.
So you guys have all sorts of theories, but it sounds like all your theories revolve around having some support.
Yeah, we need a big ship. So my best guess right now is we go see Koth, because he's a crazy pirate and might just do crazy pirate things for money.
He might know where we could get something too.
Yeah. Also, he might know how to get it from an Imperial without paying.
All right, let's go talk to him.
He might be able to just come on over. Hey, Car. You
Car?
answering your text?
He's
Koth.
There you go. You're so good with all the names. Yeah, so you just say, can you come on over and chat with us about a business proposition?
Perfect.
He slides on in. He knows you guys pretty well at this point. You've been on planet for months, and he's been more or less a fixture at the bar. So,
Yeah. You're you like, what a pirate's like. You like gin?
he's really weirded out by the tone of your voice.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just been a while. I had a thing and lost all the money, and then you gave me a hat which had some stuff on it, and I'm really grateful.
Yeah. I really was just playing courier for another guy. I didn't do the shooting. So
He dead, or just badly wounded?
my line of work, you don't ask those questions. I was just doing a favor for a friend, and honestly, if it hadn't been for you guys, I probably would have still told him I don't want nothing to do with it. But
That's fair.
Yeah, so we're gonna hunt a giant worm, and we need some kind of like giant boat to fish off of.
oh, are you helping Dr. Mort go after that big Jumpa, the mother of all Jumpas?
Helping him versus trying to just get it first.
Oh, that could be very lucrative. I could see why you boys want to do that, but it ate an airspeeder. Have you seen that video?
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch it.
So we need something pretty big. We're thinking like a construction rig, something maybe massive. I don't know. The clones, they used to have something like an ATTE. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, everybody's heard of those. They're in all the World War movies.
Right.
I
could get something like that. Maybe a little bigger.
You know they're sort of illegal, right?
Yeah, well, we're going out outside of the civilized zones. So
Yeah, nothing's illegal out there.
He looks at you with a knowing smirk as Gar says nothing's illegal out there. He's like, I feel ya. As it happens, I know a person who knows a person. Might be able to get you a line on a couple of the things that you've described. They asked me to do a job for them, and I've been debating whether or not I actually want to do it. What I think I'll do instead is say, I'll negotiate for the job to be taken care of. You guys will go do it. Your cut of the job will be the vehicle, and my cut will be the rest.
we subcontracting. All right.
Does that sound good to you guys?
Give us some details, man.
Okay.
It probably depends on the job.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
we're not.
it's gonna be
Like if it's skill and eat someone, I'm your man. Like you don't even have to ask. I got this.
I mean, if you
Taking slaves? No.
Koth
Taking
looks
slaves,
very
you're not for that.
Koth looks very offended if you say taking slaves.
We're just saying we don't do that kind of thing.
You
Ooh,
realize
drinking.
Koth
If it's drinking, I'm in too.
is the guy that was helping you liberate the Wookiees. That's the same guy
Right.
that you were doing that for. So, and you would remember that because you're a Wookiee. At least I assume you would remember that.
Yes.
So, he's gonna be like, I don't have the exact details, but I do know that it involves sabotaging some Zerka mining installations, or maybe a singular mining installation. They were a little fuzzy on the details. They wanted us to run in with starfighters and drop bombs on it, but the thing is that maybe hypothetically I could do that, but every TIE fighter on the planet would then be very angry. And I'm not positive I'd make it out alive doing it that way. So I'm going to give you the GPS for a Sinolian den. The Sinolians are the potential customers. You tell them that I sent you. Your contact is the owner of a pawn store, a pawn shop. Yeah, that thing. And if you go in there, you tell her that I sent you. They'll negotiate the rest of it. And if you guys don't want to do it, don't feel like I'm gonna be upset. Like if you decide not to go through with this, you just send me a message and say it's no go. And I don't want you feeling obligated to me to do it if you don't feel like it's right, because I don't actually have all of the details.
Yeah, that's fair, mate. Yeah, good. All right.
Do you know the name of the pawn shop owner?
He does, and he gives it to you. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Oh, well, thanks, Carl.
And Koth bids you adieu. He does not drink his drink, which is unusual because he almost always drinks.
You think that might be Dane? I'm just kidding, man. Maybe he's
No,
trying
no,
to
it couldn't.
get us off his back.
It could,
Gar sniffs real hard. No, that wasn't him.
yeah, that's not him.
Gar's like, I could lick him to be sure, but he doesn't smell right.
All right. You think he's going to get us one of them walker things? What do you think we're going to get?
It's a big old mining facility, so they got some kind of construction screw. It's got to be real big. We were miners once too.
So I'd like
We
to point
stole a
out
ship.
that he gave you the address for the place that you stole the ship and the drills from.
Uh-oh.
And he wants us to go back there to blow it up even more.
He gave you an address that's adjacent to it, I should say.
The
And that's our
pawn shop?
contact to meet the pawn shop guy.
Girl, but yes. I don't know if you guys would know this. Someone roll me a xenology check.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah, everybody has a xenology.
Well, then you roll it.
Oh, I just rolled it raw.
It's just an average check.
Average is 2 purples.
Yep. Argon's awful quiet during this whole thing.
What the
I was just waiting for a table to open up to do some rolling.
You go ahead now.
Someone got a 2-0.
Yeah, Hooks knows exactly what it's like.
Well, Hooks is the one who did the thing. So Hooks would probably say, I wonder who he is. And they'd be like, oh yeah, all the Sonolians that are outside of the den are sterile females. That's the only part of their society that ever deals with outsiders.
That's a fun set of things.
It may become relevant depending on what events take place. They also tend to be very not trusting of outsiders. But they are an intelligent and sociable species. They're very popular in the Corellian system, so Argon should be very familiar with them as a species.
Yep. No, we're definitely on course with those guys.
Mm-hmm. I can tell. Very convincing. I like it. So the plan is to go out and meet these guys. How are we accomplishing that?
Can I call Harvey real quick?
Sure.
Hey, Harvey.
The comlink clicks on, and the sound of a highly entertained female, like feminine giggle, is heard in the background. And he's like, "Hey, man, I'm sort of busy. But what you need? Did you get your money?
Yeah, I was just checking to make sure you got your cut.
Did you send it to him electronically?
I did.
He's like, yeah. Let me check. Yeah, no, it's there. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You can call us back if you're not busy, but we wanted to know if you knew anything about a pawn shop at the old mining facility.
Since you said that wrong, he's going to be like, no, I have no idea. There's no pawn shop. It's a mining facility.
Mining facility. There's like an adjacent town where there's a pawn shop. It's got a bunch of Solonians.
Solonian den nearby. The Circa people don't go there. They're not welcome. And by not welcome, I mean they. Oh God! Hold on. Yeah. So the Zerka people don't go there because they'll get flayed alive. The Zerka people collapsed a bunch of their dens with the mining. You saw the strip mining going on. Like it's. If you don't want to go there if you're a Zerka employees, which for lack of better terms, you kind of resemble those.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. You guys gonna want to know anything? You're on speaker, by the way.
Nah, mate. The next time you're really busy like that, maybe just don't answer the call.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not busy. Do you guys need like a shuttle ride out there, or are you driving?
Yeah, no, shuttle ride would be actually really helpful. That's real far away, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty decent ways. I kind of stole a shuttle from there, though. I'm gonna need a little bit of prep time.
We can just go out on a skiff, right? How long is it going to take?
Yeah, it's gonna take a few days.
The
I'm always
opposite
for
direction for a couple of days the other way. Yeah, sure. Let's ride the skiff out. Can we find another like little hunt on the way?
Sure.
Travel montage.
If you guys are just ready to go, then yeah. So let's load up the skiff. Let's take this copy of it, put it right over here, and I'm gonna put some crates on it. And you guys are gonna tell me what you're putting in the crates. Because you guys bought a lot of gear and you obviously can't carry it all.
Is there a medical droid with stim packs available?
Absolutely. Just tell me how many you need.
I have 3. I would like to have 10 before we leave. So I need 7, please.
Ooh, I shouldn't do that. Bad idea. Hopefully I didn't just mess that up. I probably did just mess that up, though. I did, 110%. Stop, no, don't. I hate this thing. Don't try to touch this thing right now. Okay, so is that taking that? What's that working? Okay, somehow I've made the skiff the gray crate because I don't know how to do the attach tool, apparently. I know actually how I did it, but I didn't mean to. So, now that the skiff is a crate, you should be able to just put your stuff in it.
Cool.
Tabletop simulator. We love it.
So are we just moving our cards over to there then? Is that what we're doing?
So I want you to basically load the car. Because, you know, it's an important thing to understand that there is encumbrance and that you can't just magically pull a bag of holding out and have all of your stuff at any given time. It's a big departure from the way that D&D handles a lot of this.
Yeah, in Dresden too, you have just unlimited pockets.
In Dresden, you have an actual bag of holding that someone gave. Like, some GM decided I could have a bag of holding, so...
It just makes more sense. So you can carry all the crazy guns you need.
Mm-hmm.
Can you delete this like black text ping? It's like insides of a data pad.
Where is it? That's your Model 38 sharpshooter rifle.
You don't see a black data pad on top of it?
There's a data pad on top of it, though.
Not on my screen.
Weird. It's definitely on his screen and my screen.
I see it too.
But it's not like the outsides of it. It's just the inside texty parts.
And sideways.
There's a data pad down here.
Nope.
I tried to flip it.
Hold on a second. What does this say? Contain noble seeking guide. Hold on. It's right here. It's this one.
Did that fix it?
No, still stuck to it.
It's like they've been combined.
Did that fix it?
Nope.
When did it show up?
This session.
Yeah.
When you say this session, did it show up in the last 10 minutes or did it show up?
It was there the whole
It's-
time.
Okay, so it's an artifact of the table. You could try unconnecting or disconnecting and reconnecting and see if it goes away.
Or else
I
we
don't
can
care.
just ignore it.
Make a copy of the card and then delete the card.
Oh, does it move with the card?
Yeah, it's part of the card.
Is it still there?
Oh, you fixed it.
Okay. I couldn't see it, so I didn't know that was part of the card.
No, that's no problem.
Okie dokie.
All right. My stuff's loaded up. I'll be right back.
Bring in your film crew. It's a good idea.
I'm gonna grab some more of these stun arrows.
Okay.
I have 10. I'm gonna get it. I'll get another 10. That's pretty cheap. They're only 60 credits each. Okay.
Oh, they're the most expensive ones. I guess that kind of makes sense. All right.
A question. So for the crossbow, it didn't seem like there was any electric darts or anything like that. There was there.
Okay. I shall go through this again. The card with the arrows that you're looking at right now. It doesn't matter what weapon it says it's for. We early on said it doesn't matter. Arrows are arrows. You can buy them for that price for any arrow-based weapon. Crossbow, longbow, doesn't matter.
Right.
So-
Except I only have a crossbow. That's why I was talking about that.
Stun arrows are what you're looking for. They do stun damage.
Okay, so I already have stun. I just didn't know if that was electric stun.
Ah, okay. So you're not asking about whether it's the compound bow versus the crossbow. You're asking what type of damage you need. I got you.
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, I have a crossbow. So I mean, I understand that these are linked to. I mean, obviously they're arrows, right? I get that. Just wanted to know the type of, like we were saying, the type of damage.
Yeah, no, stun is damage is what you're looking for if you're looking to incapacitate it. Using the electrical frequencies.
Yep. So I've got those. All right.
You guys are going to get opportunities to do some research. It's going to be fantastic.
I'm back, by the way.
Are you not wearing your smuggler trench coat?
I have it in the cart.
Yes, but if you're wearing it, it doesn't need to be loaded on the car. I mean, it's up to you. If you don't want to wear it, you don't have to. I just thought it was weird that it was in there.
Oh no, I am wearing it. I didn't know. See, I mean, we're loading weapons and stuff in here. I didn't know if we have to load everything.
We're
So
only loading the things in there that are extra than what you would normally bring.
Yeah, so like think of it like you're taking a family road trip. The things you would put in the car.
okay, so my blaster I don't need to worry about, or the smuggler's trench coat.
Yeah, because
Of course, the crossbow and my other gun, I just need to put those in there.
yeah, that's if that's how you want to do it. 100% yes. Anything that fits on your person that actually fits within your encumbrance, you are free to carry on your person. Not a big deal. Anything that's beyond that you want to take, like that giant electric fence, for example. That's kind of what I was talking about. Is the boys went into town and they bought every piece of big game hunting equipment they could lay their hands on, and there's no possible way they could carry it all. So
That's right.
Really,
Gotcha.
really
Okay.
strong. And I mean, if we need extra limbs, we just get Crikey to go pull some off and get more arms. That's what you need to carry things is more arms.
Right.
Right.
That's how that works. I forgot you guys stashed this tactical responder vehicle too.
This planet is just a junkyard for us.
I can't remember what the decision was on that. I have to go back and watch the episode.
I think we just hit it somewhere.
I think that I do think that's what you did. I think you hit it in the lake near the Nexu thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Camouflaged
true.
it poorly too.
Yep.
We did have a question about this life scanner. So we found that. And we have the laser drill that was using some kind of penetrating based stuff to tell you how far you can drill. Can we try to combine those two so we can have a penetrating ground radar?
What's your other thing that you're trying to combine it with?
The laser drill from when we were saving Argon's buddies.
At very short range, you could probably use that sensor, like alien style. That's how I imagined it working, by the way, is that like you have to carry it with two hands, like that big thing from Aliens, and there's a little screen on it that shows you like a wireframe of the stuff it sees, and it sees like 20 feet ahead. And from that range, sure, but you can't make it have planetary range. It's not going to work like that.
Let's see what the mines got, because they might have a seismograph.
I mean, truthfully, though, I don't know that you need to modify this thing. I'm trying to read it. You know, I think that this may be a very valuable tool just as is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it helps spiders not sneaking up on me. They're always highest ranked danger.
This is gonna be like a thermostat argument where it's on the skiff, and like Hookers keeps turning it down so it can detect spiders. But it's like really close in, and then everyone's like, "No, it needs to be tuned really wide out to detect big things." And everyone's just playing with the thermostat knob.
Keep angling it up high so they don't keep dropping down on me.
We're outside on a skiff. Who's driving?
Me.
Knew it was gonna be you.
He's the professional driver now.
Yeah, I'm the driver.
Edge of the Empire, rule books, enter the unknown. What page was that thing on? $47.
47.
All right, here we go. Illidan Arrays ILF 6500 Lifeform Scanner. A more powerful variant of their 5000 level scanner. Oh, very. I would have never guessed. Is one of the most powerful long-range omnidirectional life forms on the market. Database containing information on thousands of known species, wildlife, and of wildlife, and with space for recording new data. Okay. Is most often used as a center of a security perimeter for scout or hunting encampments, mounted on a telescoping tripod that can extend up to 3 meters and capable of monitoring an area nearly half a kilometer across, depending on the terrain and vegetation. This scanner can track and identify 24 targets at a time, categorize and rank them in order of threat level, and alert the operators either by sending updates to data pads or sounding a shrill alarm. I'm going to say, because it can be stopped by vegetation, that it is going to be very short range with this ground penetrating thing, but still capable of looking down into the ground a significant distance. And I say significant as in more significant than you're going to be able to do without it. So it's a valuable tool to have.
When did we get this?
Kizik got it.
Yeah. I was tired of spiders sneaking up on me. Plus, we were
Good.
looking for a giant worm, and I bought it thinking we had a money backer who was going to make sure the money that I gave him was still there.
Right.
It does look like it's a thing that you set up. So I think it's going to have to be stationary.
Do you need my piloting check yet?
No, not yet. All right, so you guys are packing the skiff. You guys are having debates on what kind of equipment you need. Everyone's moving everyone's gear around. The skiff has probably never been this packed. You guys are bringing the electric fence?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's in my crate.
it's worth noting that the electric fence is not just one pole, but a series of poles. It doesn't give me an actual number, so I'm gonna arbitrarily say it's 12 of them by default. And that they each have a small little generator on it, and they have to work together in tandem to get the full effect of the fence. With that said, I know you guys want to use it in a different manner. In order
We have two concepts currently.
Yes, I heard one of them. What's your second one?
One of them is a net.
Oh. You mean
We want to see we want to make a giant electronet. So it jumps into it and then we activate it and it's caught and getting stunned.
I don't think you have enough of those things for that particular idea. You could get more.
Yes.
I heard I would hook it to the harpoon gun and shoot it, which you can't do that directly, but that is a lot closer to the concept of having a big cannon and shooting it like they did in the show.
Yes.
So,
that was option one.
Yeah, I heard that option.
Alternatively, we could combine the two and shoot all 12.
So my idea was to actually take it and make it into a fishing line, because it could be used as a fence, obviously, but it can also be used to link together one long line that is electrified.
So, you guys have met some Ugnaughts in the Mechanist District, which is where you're at now, that might be willing to do a little bit of a modification to your skiff. Do you want to try to get the skiff modified to have a small version of this thing using your harpoon launcher you bought, mounted? Because if I were a mechanic in the Star Wars universe, hearing what you were saying, I would say, why don't you set up the electric fence on the railing of your skiff? So you've got an electric fence around your skiff, making it harder to swallow. And link that into a line into your harpoon gun so that it can charge the line from your harpoon.
That's a good idea.
Now, this is not going to be a big enough scale to hunt the big one, but it's a great proof of concept.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will now be spending the rest of the episode trying to convince Crikey to pee on the electric fence.
I thought you were going to say Argon.
I thought you were going to try to dodge that harpoon as he was shooting it at you.
Okay, so I'm going to say you go ahead and find someone, and they're willing to do all the, since you provided the parts, they're willing to do all the labors for 1,000 credits. And you can negotiate if you want to. Just realize that, Shade Tree mechanics often give you what you pay for.
Yeah, no, I'll pay for it.
No, I mean, I got the credit card here. This is going for the big company thing. I'm going to film them as they're doing it.
Okay.
You're going to explain to them why we're going this route.
The guy was not prepared to be filmed, but it's actually works in your favor because he's got mussed up hair and he's wearing half a set of coveralls, and the Ugnaughts that are working with him are constantly making fun of him, but he doesn't speak Huttese, so he doesn't know. It's great film. It's great footage.
Hook Chris speaks formal Huttonese. Just laughing the whole time. There's a little bit of shaky camera work.
Okay. So, going to say his vehicle. Sorry, I had to sneeze. This vehicle has electric. I didn't spell that right. Fence, railing, and harpoon gun. I can't live without spell check. But we put that on there, so now we know it's on there. All the crates are loaded. Now, assuming you guys are set and ready to go, we will do the drive checks as I ask you, which direction are you heading off in?
I mean, we know where we're headed, so we're headed towards that. Did we find a quick hunt to hit that's on between here and the 3-day or 2-day drive to the Silonian Den?
Oh yeah, we need a license.
Oh, yeah. So, really quick and dirty, you're not looking to hunt anything big or bigger than you've already hunted, I should say. You're not looking to upgrade your license, you just want to use your existing ones, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for 400 credits ahead, they'll give you a safari license between here and the Zerka outpost. You can basically hunt anything on your trip to and from.
Oh, nice.
Sounds good.
As long as it's within your
means...
size. Ahead means per person. As long as it's within your size permissions. So.
And their size is what, Graphorn?
Yeah, that was my question as well.
So, yeah, basically anything up to Silhouette 2.
Okay.
With the exception of super dangerous things. Like if you come across a Raincore, that's obviously a special thing. Alright, so
Paid him up.
So if we're done with this map, I'm gonna pack it. I want to bring up your Orlith map. This thing has little flags that are like your fast travel points. These are the places you've already been that are known to you, minus a couple of special locations. So where do you want to go? Where do you want to stop and do your hunt that's on the way? There are also more maps in the Wild Roads. There's like 3 maps in the Wild Roads.
And these can just arbitrarily be on the way to the Selenian farms?
All of these could, depending on how direct of a route you take, be on the way to the Sinolian Den. It is not a farm. Which is next to the mining encampment.
Let's go with the Wild Roads.
Yeah, that's my hunter right there. He says he's going to find something on the Wild Roads.
Gonna get out in the bush, in the Wild Roads.
Game for that.
Excellent. I think we have a consensus. I'm going to have to do a secondary token for this skiff because you guys can't ride on it anymore because I made it a bag. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
I've got a token for you incoming.
Oh, did you make a token? Excellent. I
With
will
the sparkle.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it.
Do you need a copy of the base token or you already have it?
Nope, I got it.
Excellent. Okay, I will wait for that then. You guys picked Wild Roads, so I will load up the Wild Roads map. So you're still mostly in civilization on this part. I need to roll some chance dice real quick. So Gar is driving. Gar,
Oh, boy.
can I has a 1 green drive check.
You one purple?
Sorry, 1 purple drive check. Yes, that's what I mean.
Oh, we are vrooming.
All right, yeah. You're going around. You're listening to some Space Kenny G.
I've been practicing. Yep, I've been playing Grand Skiff Auto. It's a new game.
So if Gar could pick something within the license to have just come across, it would be like the perfect hunt for him. What would it be?
How big can I go? Like, what's within our license?
So anything up to the size of a mudhorn that isn't super dangerous, or anything as dangerous as a Nexu.
Obviously, a mudhorn.
Okay. So as you guys are cruising through, you come past this den where you guys encountered that previous mudhorn. And there is movement off in the bush where it was, and you get the briefest glimpse of a mudhorn going into the deep grass.
Can a skiff do a J turn?
It drives like a hovercraft, so if you try to do that, you'll slide a lot. But I guess technically it would be possible. There's no traction on the ground.
Yeah, J turn.
Okay. So let me get your peoples. I'm assuming that people go flying
into the newly installed electric fences.
That should keep you from falling off.
I also assume that you only turn those on when you need them, but you can leave them on and it could be fun. But you realize that Gar's going to start swerving for funsies. All right. So you find yourself at the edge of a familiar territory. The memories of having... All right, we got background noise again. Having previously hunted a mudhorn in this territory. I have no idea what card I used for him last time. I wonder if he's in the adversary book. Nope.
Can I fire the new harpoon gun from the cockpit?
No. So there isn't a cockpit per se. So on the skiff where the box roughly is, there's a, honestly, it's like in Sea of Thieves where the steering wheel is. It works kind of the same too. And that's pretty much what you've got. That and a throttle, like a boat.
I'm going to alter my. We're going to test this harpoon gun out.
Okay.
I tell Crikey to man the battle stations.
Ghost is muted, so.
Right, I'm on it.
Right.
I get all of the droids out.
Okay. So Hookers is just chucking little camera droids into the air. What's Argon doing?
I'm helping out Hookers with the droids, just kind of making sure things are getting unpacked.
Okay.
I'm like whistling at them, like trying to mimic binary and like giving them actual leadership commands, telling them to line up different actual cameras.
Give me a 1 red leadership check. All right. They zip off and they form a almost halo pattern above the site, and you know that they're taking basically it's a 3D image of the whole area. It's going to make great holography. Are you guys turning on the electric fence, the electric railing?
I'll flip the switch because we want to see if it'll work on a mudhorn.
Okay.
Oh my god. Craigie feels the same way Guard does.
Okay.
I would like to drive in a way to give advantages to his shot.
That makes sense. Okay. I'm going to treat that as gain the advantage as a piloting planetary maneuver. The Mudhorn has definitely noticed you at this point.
Oh, good.
And it's going to turn. So basically, you guys are facing each other. Crikey's up here in the bow, and there's a harpoon gun. The electric fence is now on. Now, Crikey, are you using the harpoon gun to, like activate the fence thing and try to do that whole electrified line, or are you going to try to ram it?
I was gonna try to shoot it with the harpoon gun.
Okay. So after Craven gives me a gain the advantage check,
What is that? What's the difficulty of that?
I think it's usually average. It's based on the mass. Let me look at it real quick. So gain the advantage is whether you're faster or slower. You are definitely faster. So I'm going to call that a 1 purple planetary piloting check. Okay, and you passed with advantage. So I'm going to say that you said you wanted to make it easier for Crikey to make the shot. So the way I interpret that is, Crikey, you are going to upgrade your gunnery check once, and you're going to add a blue dice for the 2 advantage. And the difficulty to hit this guy...
Oh man, can I give him an inspiring speech? Fire discipline.
So basically, I'm going to treat this like it's vehicle-on-vehicle combat, because a Mudhorn is silhouette 2. So... and your vehicle's silhouette 2. So this is basically... you guys are the same size. I'm going to call it a 2 purple check. He's not an adversary.
Any kind of boost from Kizik?
Yeah, let me give you my fire discipline. So it's use all of my droids. They're in the sky. You've got one looking right over your shoulder. Wait until he turns so that you can get him right in that spot. You're a hunter, so you know exactly when to shoot. But wait for it because you're mic'd up perfectly right now. And fire discipline is successful. You get a blue.
I'm letting you get away with that because technically you took 2 actions because Argon didn't actually do a roll there. But really, your leadership check should have counted for your turn there.
Sad.
Yeah, but we're going to take it.
Let's get muddy.
Oh, it almost rolled over. Okay. So what's your damage on that?
The poon gun is actually in the skiff, wherever that is.
It's where you guys are. It's here.
Yep. Let me pull it out. Yes, right. Let me pull it out. It's not in there anymore.
I feel like as soon as you say that, that hand just starts just waiting.
Has someone got a blender bottle turned on?
Oh, here it is. Harpoon gun.
It's got that new vibro
6.
fit attachment.
So I do 9. No. 11?
Are you trying to hook it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're trying to hook it.
Okay. And you rolled the right check. You got 2 advantages. So you spear this thing. There's a little red button that you basically taped onto the end of it to let the electricity flow. Are you going to do that?
I'll hit the button.
Okay.
Zap.
So it uses 11 damage, right?
Yes.
And you're trying to stun it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you hit it. It howls. The poon spears off. It hits it basically right in the neck, in the very top like bulge where the neck connects to the body, with like the shoulders would be. And it howls like it's a really good hit. You're actually worried you may have killed it with the harpoon for just a second, and then it rears up and starts running away. and you hear the sound of the reel on the harpoon going, "Ee!" and you realize that very shortly it's going to run out of line.
Everybody hold on to your butts.
I'm going to speed up.
Okay, you're going to try to catch it. Okay, so I want a planetary piloting from Maul first, but I want everyone else to give me a coordination check to brace themselves.
Difficulty.
The difficulty is going to be 1 red, 1 purple for the piloting. For the coordination check, it's going to be 2 reds.
2 reds.
Yep. But it won't matter because you won't actually need it. Since he passed his piloting check, we are actually going to stay with it. And he's going to follow. Tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but I'm assuming you're going to follow it to try to keep the line from hitting its maximum extension.
Yeah, we want to wait till it's gets tired. You don't want to let it yank the line when it's at full strength.
So now that go ahead, yeah.
It's like fishing. You gotta wear them out a little bit.
Yep. It even looks like fishing right now because basically you guys are floating above these really deep weeds, and the mudhorn is completely underneath them. Your line has disappeared, and you can see where the mudhorn is displacing the vegetation, but like he might as well be underwater.
Fish float up because he keeps electrifying the fence.
So he's running through here, and you're doing a pretty good job of keeping up, but it's full speed. You're going a good 45, 50 miles an hour right now. Okay.
Wow. Okay, so proof of concept. This thing works.
The things I need to know now. So you're operating the stun pulses / harpoon gun. I'm going to say that you have to like tap the button to stun him on intervals, and that holding it down will cause it to overheat because that gives you an action to do each time. A little bit of insight. So go ahead and roll me. I'm comfortable with you using mechanics or gunnery for this. Either way, the difficulty will be 1 red, 1 purple.
I'm gonna keep it a gunnery. 1 red, 1 purple.
I'd also like to know what Argon and Kizik are doing, because I know what Gar and Crikey are doing. So each turn, I want to get updates on you guys.
Did it?
Oh yeah. Okay, that's plus the base damage is 6. That's another 11.
Yeah.
It howls again. It's very angry. It changes direction suddenly, so I need another probably 1 red, 1 purple check from Gar to keep up with it.
Hookroos is in his sniper rifle, just kind of scanning ahead, making sure there's no big rocks coming up, and trying to follow the path, given some kind of like plot course.
Okay. Given that he's doing that, I'm going to say Hookers has probably shit his pants because there are plenty of rocks. And 5 advantage is a lot of advantage. How would you like to spend your advantage on that check, Mr. Gar?
So, obviously, it's not the perfect driving that I've done up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
With the 5 advantage, I don't want to break the line. I want to just we swing too far.
Okay. That's actually exactly what I was going to do. The line, basically, you miscalculate when it changes direction, and you hit the full extent of the line, and now instead of driving, you're being pulled by this thing. But there's a very sudden, jarring jolt. Before this jolt happens, what was Argon doing? I know what Hookers was doing.
Holding on for dear life, basically trying to make sure I'm staying on the boat.
Excellent.
Don't worry, the fence will keep you from falling off.
So that's kind of what I wanted to know. So you've braced yourself basically. So what's going to happen is we're going to do a coordination check. It's going to be 3 reds. It's for Kizik and it's for Graybeard, but Graybeard gets to take an upgrade to his check. So whatever your coordination check is, you're going to add an ability to it.
I'm about to fall off the boat.
You're not going to fall off. You're going to fly off. Because you're looking down the scope. So
I apparently was laying on my belly and was just sliding around on the floor of the boat.
So basically what happens is you smack into the electrified fence, and it keeps you
Jeez.
on the boat. Oh, God.
Ouch.
It keeps you on the boat, and you puke right in Argon's face. Which unfortunately makes him let go of the line, and he careens off the side of the skiff at 45 miles an hour and plunges into these weeds. He goes underneath the surface, and you cannot see where he landed.
Man overboard.
It's awful dark over here, guys.
That would sound more like...
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it sounds more like gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Was that puke? Ah, fuck.
But on the good side is, so now you've chummed him and then tossed him in. All right. So I'm gonna start trying to regain control. I'm gonna try to slowly, who had 3 reds on their roll? Holy crap!
Yeah.
I was trying to stay on the boat.
Yeah, that was a check to not get thrown from the boat when it suddenly lurched 90 degrees in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it did not go very well for Argon.
Honestly, I thought it was going to go the other way. I thought it was going to be Kizik.
Right? That's what I thought too.
I thought it was going to...
So I'm gonna tell Kizik that Argon just went overboard, and I got to deal with the Mudhorn, and Crikey's busy, so he's got to go save.
Oh man,
Graybeard. And then I'm gonna try to regain control of the skiff and kind of like, you know how when you're fishing you start applying
Break?
brake,
Drag?
drag, yeah.
Okay. So basically, you're going to put the... Are you trying to speed up enough that you can pull the reel in, or are you just going to put it in reverse and try to pull against it?
More like I'm gonna slowly back off the throttle, so it's pulling us. So I'm gonna slowly pull back on our speed to where instead of going 0, yes, I will get to the brake, but just gradually. I'm not trying to, slam the brakes on.
Ooh. Okay. One of 2 things is going to happen here. So go ahead and give me your planetary piloting check. This one is going to be 1 red and 1 purple. Okay. So,
I think Kizik's going to be going for that swim to save Graybeard sooner than he may have anticipated.
yeah, on purpose. I was hoping that you'd actually slow the ship down a little bit, and I would get thrown.
He's going to skip across the water.
It's a good news, bad news situation. So, Crikey, you're on the harpoon, and suddenly the line goes slack. Gars let loose of the throttle, so you slow down relatively quickly and come to a stop. This gives Kizik an opportunity to try to go get Argon. With all the cameras in the air, your perception check to find him is only 1 purple.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You get a
down
boost. You get 2 boosts from me because I have a skill.
He's like, yeah, he's over there.
I sent you that in chat.
Oh, excellent. Let me grab that real quick while he's doing that.
It's in the Edge of the Empire.
Oh, it looks so good.
When the ship comes to a hop, I slide down one of those long poles, and I am in the weeds, headed towards Argon.
Okay. Argon, you have basically just regained consciousness. I mean, you weren't really out, but you know when you hit your head and you have that moment of seeing stars, you're just recovering from that.
Oh man, I was seeing stars. Yeah, it was all kind of blinky stuff going on. Of course, I'm trying to wipe puke and dirt off my face, and
I'm pretty sure all the puke got washed off when you fell in the water.
hey, you'd be surprised. The stuff he had kind of stuck to me.
Does not want to.
It's kind of grody.
It's lopsided.
It
must have been when
it's the terrain.
He was trying to get some extra money earlier, so it's hard to say what that sticky stuff was.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm just trying to get it off me as fast as possible.
I needed a reverse image to put on the other side, but I'll figure that out later.
I'll send you one.
So, you guys come to a stop. Isaac jumps off, and you can see the ripple in the grass come around and then start coming like from the broadside. Basically, it starts running full speed towards the skiff on the opposite side of where Kizik and Argon have jumped off. Where's Kizik's token? Oh, he's in here. Okay, so he's already in the stuff. So it's just Gar and Crikey on the actual boat. Both Argon and Hookers give me a survival check at 2 purples to find each other and get the fuck out of the way.
Wait, who and who?
Hookers and Argon?
Argon. Okay, I thought you said Gar.
All right, so survival checks for those two. 2 purples. I don't have a check for what you guys are going to do yet on the skiff because I don't know what you want to do yet. But it is coming and you have time to take an action.
I think we're going to pull up.
Okay. That is the thing that the skiff is capable of doing. That is going to end up being a 1 red, 1 purple piloting check. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Cruz using his cameras and data pad find Argon.
Okay. When you two find each other, I made the assumption that you were just going to try to get out of the tall grass and onto the lower grass with more firm soil. Is that what you guys are doing?
That's what I'm looking for.
You guys are free to talk about it too. The rest of the party is about to have a moment.
I successfully pulled up. I very successfully pulled up.
Hook, let's get the heck out of here. I want to get some dry ground and continue to clean myself up here.
Okay.
Bad news on that front. I successfully pulled up.
Yes, that's what I was about to get to. So you guys are like on your way. You're sludging through knee-deep muck and water, and it's a swamp basically. And you see the skiff suddenly like Gar found the button that says go to max altitude, so it shoots like a rocket 50 meters into the air. And the sound of the engines is deafening when it's trying to hold max altitude. And as you look at that, that's really weird. But then there's this charging mudhorn coming out the other side. It looks pretty pissed off. And it's headed straight for you.
Can I hit the shock button?
There's no more line in it.
Oh,
You can hit the button, but it's not connected anymore. That's why the line went slack.
gotcha.
It actually pulled out of him, so I've been rolling every turn to see if the anchor stayed in, and it didn't.
You got to re-anchor him.
I'm going to try to reload the harpoon gun.
Okay. I think reloading this guy is just a maneuver. Might be an action.
I'm going to make it an action.
It's an action. It's limited ammo 1. So it's an action unless you have manual reloads purchased for it, which we didn't even discuss. So I'd be willing to be flexible on that. But what I'm really concerned about right now is the 2 guys on the ground with the mudhorn.
Yep. I've got a sniper rifle, and I'm going to try to defend ourselves. Get a nice good spot. Lean like shoulder against the rock, trying to stare through the big tall grass, and take a shot right at its eye. We kind of got him from the side, right?
Make sure you have him from head on.
All right, then. I'm not going to shoot at the biggest, scariest horn that's coming right at me. I'm going to try to hit one of his little stubby legs.
Okay. Go ahead and make your shot. Argon, what are you doing?
I am like still. I think I'm still run. He's gonna take the shot over here, and I don't know what the heck he's doing. I want to take a run for this little cave over here.
Okay. Give me an athletics check. 2 purples.
Is this guy at medium range?
That guy is at medium range, yes. There's 1 black because of the grass. Alright, which one was which?
I hit him.
Okay.
1-4.
4 advantage is a critical.
4 advantage does critical.
So you kneecap the front of the mudhorn, and it howls and plows like a furrow through the grass as it slides directly up to you. You turn to say something to Argon, but he has disappeared for just a moment. As he has found a little patch of soft ground. He blatantly just ran past you and then fell in a hole. So
Hit him! Oh no. As this thing has now slid to a stop right at my feet.
it's not dead. How much damage was that, by the way?
That was 9 damage, pierce 3.
Excellent. It is very hurt, and you have kind of crippled its front left leg, so it's having a lot of trouble standing on it. But it is now kind of starting to get itself back up on its feet, and it's making those loud breathing noises that animals like a bull or a mudhorn makes when it's getting ready to tackle you.
Is it my turn to run, or does he get a turn?
I was gonna see what the crew of the skiff wants to do. You guys are
Question.
yeah.
We are currently stopped.
You are stationary 50 meters in the air with the engines basically turned maximum altitude.
50 meters. So if someone was 50 meters up and they jumped with a spear into the back of a mudhorn,
They'd probably die.
damn it. That would have been so badass.
It would have been
Unless I missed.
That would have been really nice.
Guard just flatters and get to Hooker's feet.
Hooker's is looking right at a scary thing.
All right, so can Crikey and I coordinate? So we know it's down there. It almost got to our friends. Argon has disappeared. Don't know where he went, but Hooker's is clearly in danger. Can we coordinate our attack so that he hooks it again, and then I kind of yank it?
Yep, so what you would need to do is you would need to do another gain the advantage check. So it's a 1 purple piloting check. Basically, all you're doing is you're pointing the nose at it, so that you are giving a better... Your successes help make the ease of the gunnery shot to shoot it. Okay? This thing is unaware of you this time. So last time, it was like... Oh, I can't make it face properly. That's annoying. We're gonna call.
You just got to look at it from this direction.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
That's
look at it
way
from this
better.
direction. You're good.
That's way better. So because it's unaware of you, I'm gonna say that it's a 1 red, 1 purple check. You still take the upgrade to your check, and you still take the 1 boost dice. Awesome. With 2 advantages, you are able to hook this thing. How much damage is that?
10.
Okay. It's 10. Does it pierce anything?
Pierce 1. And it's knocked down.
It doesn't matter that it's knocked down. You are using stun damage. So I'm assuming you're still using stun damage, right?
Yeah.
So you hit the thing, it howls, you immediately smash the red button, and a jolt of electricity goes directly into this thing's spine, and it collapses on the ground. It is still breathing, but it is very much out.
How deep is the water there?
It's like knee deep on a person.
Okay, so its head is probably still sticking out.
No, because the grass is actually taller than the mudhorn. The only
Let's
reason,
drag it.
yeah, the only reason you can see it is because you're directly above it.
Yeah, we'll drag it out of the water.
I'll get out of the way. Actually, no, I want to ride on it.
It's surfing a mudhorn.
Argon, you've managed to extricate yourself from your hole, just in time to see this thing getting harpooned.
Yes, that is true. Now I'm seeing this big thing, and I'm like, okay, I'm glad I wasn't around there when you guys got that, but I liked my ditch that I found.
Check yourself for leeches. There's a lot of water and stuff around there.
Oh, leeches were the least of my worries with that muck over here and what you did to me.
Dude, I got shocked. It's a convulsive reflex.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, yeah.
You guys want to come down here and gut this thing? It's still grunting. Oh, it moved under me. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not
Well,
dead yet.
It's
Well, we going to get money for this thing if it's alive, or do we want to kill it and get more money that way? Or which way is, how much is this thing worth if we do it alive versus dead?
I got a chemical restraint harness.
You want to try to capture it?
I mean, is that a real question?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, do we know of anybody that wants this thing alive, and is it worth more that way, or I don't know.
No, I do. I gotta ride it. I'm a pilot now.
Go for it.
I want to ride a
I-
mudhorn.
I do want to warn you that the chemical restraint harness is only meant for short-term restraint, and you will probably end up impaled on that horn if you do this. But if you really want to pursue it,
I know. I don't really want to. I'm gonna jump off Spirit through the head and just gut and field dress it real quick.
okay. Well, it's a mudhorn, so real quick is relative.
Yeah.
It's going to take you a few hours, but you're going to have great barbecue, and you happen to know that you're real close to a place to a guy who will pay you top dollar for those cuts because
Yes.
he makes barbecue out of this kind of stuff. Also, Argon, you said you were going to go in that cave. Do you still want to do that, or is that just a, oh shit, I'm going to get run over by a mudhorn thing?
Oh, that was an oh shit, I want to get run over by a mudhorn thing. So no, I have no interest in going to the cave right now.
Go in the cave.
Matt and I were really hoping you'd go in the cave.
Should I do it?
Go in the cave.
Should I do it?
Yeah, I think there are eggs in there.
There were eggs in there, and there's probably gold and stuff that's really good in there.
Derek
There's probably
Creek
nothing
slugs.
bad in there at all.
There might be big spiders in there, Hook. What do you think?
I'm
I
out.
think there were spiders.
I got bit by a spider in there.
Oh, did you?
You weren't here. Like that. You took the ship around.
It wasn't that cave, but yes.
I
Well,
thought this cave had
Hook is
some
just
other-
afraid of spiders in general, or caves, or anywhere spiders might be.
You should go in the cave.
I think I might pop my head. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pop my head in the cave and see what happens.
Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of spelunking skill, which I interpret to be survival. But you do have the right pistol for the job, because long rifles are actually detrimental in close spaces.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a flashlight and some synth rope? Or any type of climbing gear?
I don't believe I have the flashlight, or I do have the rope, I think.
Okay.
Hookrus is going to send a drone after him with a flashlight. All you have to do is say flashlight.
Excellent.
Oh, okay. Hey, there we go.
You have a little flying light source following you around, recording your every move. You can hear Hookers and Crikey, like, from a speaker on the drone, giving, like, their version of a running commentary on the stuff you're doing.
Great. All I need is a critic, right? Two of them.
I'm not going to say whether or not it's encouraging or not, because I'm going to let them do it, but we're going to go on what you're doing right now. So you've got your little flashlight, you've got some rope. How do you want to proceed? You want to anchor this off and, like, use the rope to find your way back?
Yeah, I'm going to anchor this thing off and use the rope to find my way back, because I have no idea where it's at, and I don't really... This light thing isn't terribly bright, but anyway.
Okay, so you come to a different part of the cave. Part of it stays up high and branches off to the left. Part of it dips really steeply down and goes off to the right. Which way do you go?
We're going to go for the right.
Okay. So you're sliding through the rope through your hands, keeping the flashlight, ahead of you, and give me a perception check. 2 purples.
Did we had footage of this earlier, right?
Yes.
Of this exact cave, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, this exact cave.
you've went into this exact cave before, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you, last time you took the top path and you didn't even see the bottom path.
In his ear, all he hears is he's like actually doing it, man. This is the best.
Well, that's a good question. What are you guys actually saying as you're running commentary? He's going down this path, and you guys realize you didn't see this path last time.
Yeah, so I was all happy and jovial, and I was making jokes until he went down a crazy different path. And now I've my mouth is open and I'm kind of dumbstruck.
I'm busy.
So
if you see like purple gas, you should probably run.
as you shine the flashlight forward, Argon, it comes across 4 sets of beady eyes that turn and look directly at your flashlight.
Oh, great.
It's not moving towards you. It seems to be confused by your presence.
You should get out of there, mate.
As your flashlight pans around, you see in a corner in a pile of mud the edge of what you know from your previous experience to be a mudhorn egg.
Ooh.
There's also what is blatantly a satchel attached to what looks like a sentient human or humanoid's arm.
Hmm. So this thing hasn't seen me yet, and there's only one of them, sounds like.
No, it's
4 beady eyes, or...
It's definitely seen you. It just isn't being aggressive. It doesn't know what to make of your presence yet.
How big's this thing?
It's a little bit bigger than human size. It's like the size of 2 people.
It has 4 eyes.
Yes, it looks very much like this model.
Which model?
Hooks takes a couple steps towards the cave.
Oh.
He's gonna shoot it. I know it.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna shoot this thing. So I mean, what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna try and signal for that flashlight thing to kind of move a little closer to it to kind of give it a little distraction, and then I'm gonna do a aim shot for its head.
Okay, so technically, Hooks is in charge of the drone. How do you want the drone to maneuver to distract this thing, or do you want it to do that at all?
It doesn't. If I don't have any control of it, then no. If Hooker's got it, then I'll just, as long as it's there and it's obviously a bright light, and it can probably see the light and not me. Is that right?
It is looking. That's what I specified. It's looking directly at the light, but the drone is hovering right over your shoulder to give the camera the view of like following you down the cave.
Copy. So yeah, it seems like I'm just gonna. It's so far we got this thing kind of blinded, so I'm gonna just use the fact that it's blinded a little bit as a kind of somewhat of an advantage to take an aim shot at the head.
Okay.
What am I rolling against?
I put its card away. It's gonna take me a second to.
Oh, okay.
One of these days, I'm going to remember to go back into all of these maps and put the proper cards with the models. One day. Sorry, this is going to take me just a second.
That's all good. As long as you're not waiting on me.
Oh, I don't have the right card in here. Alright, I can use the adversary thing to pull it up. Hold on. Alright, so go over here. It helps if I'd be able to spell it. Oh, it's not in there. Oh, there it is. That's probably not it.
So I also got quick strike here. So I have the aim shot along with quick strike. So it's going to give me the 2 blues on that.
Okay. It hasn't acted yet, so that's good.
Yep.
Okay. I've got some stats for it. It's not perfect, but it'll work. Go ahead and give me got a flashlight, so it's not dark. So I'm going to call it a 1 purple light range check. And you can take your boost for it.
Okay, so got my boost set up, and it's only 1 purple.
Only 1 purple. It's close range. It's right in front of you. It doesn't expect you to attack, so it's not moving. It's basically as good as this scenario gets.
It's shooting fish in a bucket.
And you triumphed. Give me your damage. How would you like to spend your triumph?
So damage is only 6 on the blaster. I did not critical.
Okay. So you add your successes to your damage, so that's 8 damage. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. How would you like to use your triumph? I will tell you did enough damage to kill it in 1 shot.
Okay, so
I will also tell you before you decide how to spend your triumph that you hear a lot of skittering further down. Like when you fire the blaster, it sounds like a cannon going off. Down the depths of the cave, you hear a lot of skittering. Sounds like there may have been way more than one of these things. You are within 10 yards of that satchel and the mudhorn egg, but you're about 20 yards away from the entrance.
how far away is that skittering? I mean, is it further down the cave?
There's no way for you to know for sure. It is further down the cave. Like you can't see them yet, but you can hear them.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I end up one-shotting this guy. He's dead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to, since I can see the glint of the satchel and the mudhorn egg, I'm actually going to just take a really quick run. I'm going to try and snag that mudhorn egg and the satchel, and then just get the heck out.
Excellent. Give me a 2 purple athletics roll. Okay. So you scoop up the mudhorn egg, but it's super, super slippery. There's this stuff all over it. There's this goop all over it. And as you try to grab the satchel, it slips out of your hands. You start running as fast as you can for the exit. And you get just about to the exit when you turn around and one of these things is sprinting full force right behind you. You just keep running.
How far away am I from the exit?
You are you're like at the threshold of the exit.
All right, I'm at the threshold. I'm just gonna. Oh gosh. I'm gonna have to turn. I'm gonna have to just kind of do a backhanded running shot at this thing. Again, try and take a shot at this thing while I'm running.
All right, so Argon comes stumbling out of here with half of a mudhorn egg in his arm, and he's shooting behind him wildly with his blaster. Go ahead and give me a light range check. That one's going to be 1 red, 1 purple.
And light ranged, right?
Yes, sir. Light ranged. Damn, dude. He spins around almost as though he was intended to do it as he pirouettes. And one of these things comes leaping out and he just catches it in midair right in the skull and it collapses to the ground. And that's not even using your triumph.
That's how we do it.
So what do you want to do with your triumph?
So you said I've got part of a mudhorn egg?
Yeah, so you failed your athletics check. So when you grab the
Right.
mudhorn egg, you broke it because it's an egg.
Oh,
And then your hand slipped off the satchel. But you know what? If you want to use your triumph to say that like the satchel like caught on your gear, I'll give you the loot bag.
yeah, we're gonna do that. The thing just caught on my foot while I'm like kind of running out the cave.
Okay, that's fair. Roll me a D100 real quick.
Okay, you have to remind me about the D100s.
They're actually kind of complicated. Basically, you pick one to be your big number and one to be your small number. These are actually, the ones over here are listed, so the big numbers are the 40, 60, etc., and then the little number is just the number that comes off of it.
Okay, so I roll both then.
Yes, you roll both. What'd you get?
39 is what that looks like.
Okay. 39 is... So on top of that bag, you find a coupon for a local armor merchant in the city for a free armor attachment.
Nice score.
Let me find you a note card, and then I will give you a little coupon. You also find this equipment bag. I'm going to drag it out here to you, where your character's at. That hung on your belt. It's pretty heavy.
Hooks is replaying the exit from the cave with the like spinning pirouette shot and how he ducked underneath of the thing as it was flying over top of him, going, "Whoa!" Whoa.
That was some big time money shot right there.
Do we know
Great
anything
kid.
about these cricket things?
They're called Kilnicks. They are a relatively popular indigenous Star Wars species. They're from the Old Republic days. They propagated into thousands of different varieties. The ones that are on this planet are actually kind of benign compared to some of the more dangerous ones you can come across.
Gar's gonna walk up, snap off a leg, and just suck the meat out in the middle.
Since it's not cooked, it's very gooey.
Yeah. Gar turns around and like looks at Argon like, you want some?
That's okay. I'm gonna looking at him eating this thing, like sucking all the goo out of the friggin' lake, the leg there, and I'm like, okay, I'm just ready to puke.
Oh, you should have cheersed him with the half of that mudhorn egg.
High in protein. You got half a mudhorn egg?
I do.
Not anymore. Watch out, he's gonna bite your fingers.
Coupon? That's not how you spell that. Coupon. Side. Coupon.
Cupin. Coupon.
COON. Coupon. No, not that one. This one. For one armor attachment.
Are you really? You do need to spell it as Coupon. Coupon, though. I mean,
Just a letter Q.
Right.
Dog.
I mean, it won't spend correctly if it's misspelled or
Right.
spelled correctly, or you get the idea.
You want this or not? Here you go. It's over here. Next to your... It's in your tray next to your thing. All right, so you guys
How fancy!
you guys go through this this satchel. There was obviously an adventurer here, but it's probably from really long ago. It does have a pretty fancy set of swords that look more decorative than useful.
Oh no, you didn't. I don't know anything about that arm. We knew a guy who liked gambling, right?
Thought you liked gambling.
I mean, who doesn't? It's pretty fun. I don't. We used a chip to pay a guy instead of regular cash.
So Gar's going to finish loading up the Mudhorn and all that. Then when everybody gets on, he'll drive over to Duke and see if he wants to buy some Mudhorn meat.
Yeah.
Oh man, what are you gonna do with that actual horn?
What did we do with the last one?
Sold it.
I'm pretty sure you can grind it up and turn it into an aphrodisiac.
I think we had that conversation last time too.
Did we really?
Yep.
Just repeat things.
Pretty sure.
Doesn't sound familiar, but
So
I believe it.
You roll up and Duke's like, "Hey y'all, I just brewed up some fresh calf. Got a mobile calf maker. It's awesome. How you guys doing? I ain't seen you in a bit."
Oh man, it's been pretty fun. We broke some people out of prison. We stole the starship, Imperial TIE Fighter. Did a lot of fun stuff.
Wow.
We was hunting though.
We have meat.
Yeah, I see that. That's a lot of prime Mudhorn right there. Or is it Reek? You know, they're pretty closely related. I can never tell.
Mudhorn.
Mudhorn. That's gonna be nice.
Gar's still slurping the insides out of. He's got a bunch of legs now.
Is that a Killick leg?
It was.
You know you're not supposed to eat them, right?
Why not?
Oh, they give you terrible, terrible rot gut. It's that one's not even cooked.
That's probably how you got the shits the first time.
I don't think that's true.
I'm assuming Gar doesn't even slow down eating it.
No. He's washing it down with swamp shine.
Like, all right. Yeah, so, I mean, you guys want to just sell the whole thing? I could give you a bulk price. I'm actually pretty low on meat. A lot of the hunting groups haven't been coming through as much. There's a lot of them going over the Nexu fields right now. Apparently, some of the more dangerous ones are cut out, and everyone's cashing in over there right now.
Yeah, we'll give you a good price.
Sweet. So do you guys want to negotiate, or do you just want to take the best deal for Duke?
Best deal as long as he also gives us some free shine.
Oh, he'll throw in some shine. But if you want to roll your negotiate, it's going to be 1 red and 2 purples. You're going to succeed on the sale no matter what. How good of a deal do you get? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
So he's real desperate, and that kind of comes off, but he's also looking to do some trade, and he offers to buy the hide and the horn from you as well.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. That's Gar's baby. He sliced them up real good.
I'll give you 10,000 credits for him.
Gar didn't even get a shot at that.
Yeah, done.
So he gives you 5K for the meat, 10K for the hide and the horn. And he gives it to you in cash. That's the only downside. Like, he has a traditional, like, lockbox. He, like, you can hear him open, like, one of those 3-bar safes, like, in his little hut. And he comes back out. Yeah, it's 15, right? Yeah, there we go. And he comes out with actual credit stacks. Big denominations.
Ooh, those are some heavy credits there.
Yeah, you have any idea how long I've been trying to get rid of these things? No one's got change for a 5,000 credit shit. But I figure you boys are going into town.
And we're headed to a Salonian den. You know anything about the Salonians?
Oh yeah, I used to date a Salonian. They're real weird. Turned out I was allergic to her fur. Real uncomfortable.
I hear that they are they can't have kids.
Yeah, so only the sterile females, the ones you see out in public. They obviously they can have kids, but the females that can don't come out of the dens, and the males stay in the dens. It's what they call a matriarchal society. The women are in charge. I mean, it's other than that, they're like you and me. Yeah, so they're just they're pretty intelligent species, but their dens are underground. They don't let outsiders in there.
And you never see a male outside?
You don't see them outside of the dens, except very occasionally, like at the entrances to guard them. Yeah.
Sounds like the males are all sex slaves.
Death by Snoo Snoo? Oh, that's wrong genre. Sorry.
No, but yes.
Well, thanks for taking the mud horn off our hands. We appreciate it. The
Yeah.
money's great.
I've been really needing, people keep coming by and buying all the jerky and the barbecue and everything, but I haven't been able to restock in quite some time. It was getting to the point where I was going to have to start thinking about going out and doing some hunting myself.
Glad we could help.
Do you guys need any supplies or, equipment?
You get around a little bit. How would you hunt a giant jubra?
Oh, don't tell me you boys are going to try to... Not with that little pea shooter you got on the front of that skiff. You know how I would do it? With a Star Destroyer from orbit. That's how I'd do it. I know what you're talking about. I heard all the rumors about it.
Can we borrow your Star Destroyer?
I don't have one. He says it's serious. You were joking. He was like, yeah, I can get a lot of things. I can't get one of them.
You know where we can, rent one or borrow one?
No. But yeah, you're going to need a bigger vehicle than that. That's for damn sure.
Thanks, man. You got any other droid? I'm always looking for droid parts.
I mean, I got some droid parts. I had one of them bomas chewed on my survey droid. Something fierce. What kind of parts you looking for?
There's these little sentry droids that shock things.
Oh yeah, wandering. That's my scout survey droid. Yeah, I had one of them. I don't have it no more. I got pieces.
You looking to sell them apart? I'm put them back together.
I don't think you're gonna be putting this one back together, but I will sell you pieces for it.
Yeah. You want a 5,000 credit chip for it? No, those are just pieces.
So he pulls out a crate, and the first look you have at this crate, you're like, yeah, he was not kidding. You're not putting this thing back together. It's not that there aren't any valuable pieces in there, but the majority of the droid has been chewed on. Like smashed up circuit boards, servo motors that got wire hanging out of them. It's in real bad shape. And he looks at it, he's like, 500 credits.
Oh man, I don't have a 500 Imperial credit chip. I assume you only take hard currency, right?
I do greatly prefer hard currency. I will have to charge a premium to use any kind of digital currency because, this antenna only updates once a month. So,
can you break 1,000?
Yeah, I got a credit box. I'll be right back. And he shuffles in. You hear clank, 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 clank as he opens up the massive safe again.
Hey, Duke. You said our skiff was just too small to deal with this Jupa problem. Do you know of anything out and about that could be big enough to do it? Like a massive walker?
I mean, if you were slinging for standard Jupa, you could probably get by with that skiff. The problem is that it's a repulsor vehicle, so it doesn't have any traction. So once you snag the thing, it's just going to take you for a ride because it don't got no brakes. So you're gonna want something with feet or with wheels, But that would be okay for like regular size. It's a little small, but you could. You boys are pretty tough. You probably get away with it. But you'd want something. Back in the day, I used to have this tug, the Clone Wars, and we used to pull starships around. We had these amazing tractor beams on it. Now it wasn't really built to be in planetary atmosphere, but you'd want something like that, but on wheels. Maybe a construction walker if you could find one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He has already started grilling up some barbecue. He offers you guys some scavenger barbecue. What do we call this stuff? Yeah, scavenger barbecue. And a couple of things of grog. And swamp shine.
Yeah, we should stay here the night and head out in the morning.
Gar's already, 2/3 into a bottle of shine, with at least 2 barbecue sandwiches.
Hey, can you go ahead and roll me a resiliency check at 3 purples?
Resilience.
So you make it till about when the sun's going down, when you realize that Duke is probably right about you not supposed to be eating them things, and maybe you should have thought of that when he was saying it instead of being all cocky about it, because
Weather it.
you are about to have the most impressive set of the runs that you've ever had in your life, short of the tadpole thing, although you're not super certain that the tadpole thing isn't happening again at first. So you gotta stoically shit your pants and look everybody in the eye around the campfire?
Yep.
It's those horsehair worms. So they just come out and like peek around and say hi.
Oh god. So
Wave everybody.
you're not gonna get an incredible night's sleep. You're gonna take 5 strain, because you keep having to get up. And nobody wants you to sleep in the camp, so you have to sleep out of the camp, because they're dicks and they kick you out.
Over by the friggin' river.
I mean, I don't know that they're going to be able to kick me out.
I'm pretty sure Crikey could. You're not in any position to resist.
Yeah, you got like the shit worms.
Doubled over in pain, shit, and worms.
I might be shitting on people soon.
So, we're gonna roll to the next morning. Bad things happened. However it went down, you're all kind of looking at each other like, what happened? She'll never be talked about again.
I heard this weird, like, animal screaming all night. Did you guys hear that?
That was just me farting. Sharding.
Oh, man, that's not good. You ready to keep going? Try to put that fence back up. When it was getting pulled out, was it like pulling the fence off of the side? We got to put those back on every time?
No.
No, the harpoon just came out.
Yeah,
We got to do some harpoon fixing.
the harpoon came out of the mudhorn. It did not come out of the skiff. The harpoon works perfectly. It's just that if you stick a harpoon into something's flesh and you pull on it hard enough, it just pulls a chunk of flesh out. That's what happened. The harpoon worked perfectly.
So all of the
Everything worked.
space magic that holds the things with electricity together was fine.
He used an actual cable and had the energy ride the cable.
Makes sense.
That's probably the best way to do it, though. Okay, who's taking their grog and stuff? Because I'm about to let you guys move along your merry way.
Can't say no to grog.
Well, especially since each of these items will recover 2 strain as long as you have time to eat/consume it.
I could have done that last night.
Hey guys, I kind of had an idea. He was talking about needing, needing a bigger ship or something like that with traction. What do you guys think about throwing a couple anchors on this ship? If we were to use this or use a different ship with it, we'd have this ship with a couple anchors helping to anchor us down.
It's a 21-story worm.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need a bigger boat.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, that's why we're going to the Selosian Den to see what they kind of big ships they got. We're going to potentially blow up the Zerka Mining Company to take their giant mining ship. But I don't know, man. Maybe having 2 ships, catch it with once, catch it twice, double the power. Always fun thoughts.
Okay.
Are we in a place where I can pay people? Or do we have to get back into town? We don't have electronic updates.
You can make updates to the HoloNet, including financial transfers, but you did hear Duke say that it only updates once a month. You will probably make it back to the city before those updates actually show up.
Yeah, I say that. As I go, oh wait, I only found 10,000 of those 15,000 credits.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying a little hand hauled one off. That didn't happen. But the GM definitely put 3 of them out there. That's between the players.
Yeah, we got paid. Somebody got paid.
Yeah, somebody swiped one. I saw that.
So, alrighty. So let's see. I'm gonna put this over here. I'll put this mudhorn back in the thing. Good old time hunting mudhorn. That's the second one you got. You're getting good at that.
I much more successfully dodged the horn on this one.
Right.
Last time I went right through my chest. This time it stopped a foot before me.
So, a couple of questions before I decide which map we're going to next. So, you guys follow the road for as far as it goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Headed towards, yes.
Okay. Well, the road's going to peter out eventually. And, how are we proceeding from that point? Are we going to as high altitude as we can go to get above the trees, which is slower, but is easier? Or are we sticking low to the ground to try to keep our speed up, but then we got to dodge things like trees?
We'll go high.
Okay.
Gar's a little hungover isn't the right word, but it's close enough.
He's dehydrated.
Yeah. He's drinking lots of shine to get back into shape.
Okay.
Plus he knows where the go high button is now.
Oh. Alright, so I need a 1 purple planetary piloting check from Gar. It's going to take a couple of days to get out there, so we're going to have to take shifts. Unless you guys want to stop and camp again. Okay, that's successful for the first shift. Do we want to trade off to another person driving, or do we want to stop and make a camp?
I'll take a shift driving.
Okay, give me the same roll. Awesome. Oh, wow. So you figure out like just the exact right altitude to keep you safe and still have the maximum amount of speed. Before you know it, you guys are rolling up on a site that you have seen before. You've started, like, the forest has given way to wastelandy, deserty places. And you are coming up on the site that the Zerka mining facility was on. Now, you haven't approached it from the ground before. Coming across the desert, it's a little bit of a endurance test. You guys are drinking lots of water. It's kind of warm. And there is a ton of wildlife that you are not authorized to hunt down. Some of it is as big as like a building. Like some of it's pretty big. as you roll up on the site, which direction do you want to approach from? So let me tell you a couple things about the map. This this orange set of hexes around the edge is where the cliff goes down. So basically the Sinolean Den is in a valley below where the Zerka mining facility was in. This was an area that was very low and almost inaccessible, but you did kind of fly through part of here during a sandstorm where you get shot at by TIE fighters. You didn't have time to stop and see the settlement, though.
But we know that's where our ultimate goal is. We're looking for a pawn shop owner there.
You do have a GPS coordinate for it. You're actually approaching from this side of the map. And one of the things I need to know is, are you going to try to go through the mining town, or are you going to go all the way around? And if you go around, which direction are you going?
I'm driving right now.
You were the last one driving.
I'm going to say, hey, man, do you want to go up or down? We're not going to go through the town, right? It's crikey.
Yeah, I wouldn't go through the town, mate. I'd go south.
South, bottom of it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so the southerly route is a little bit rougher right off the bat, but smooths out later on. So, if you want to stay driving, and you don't have to, you guys can choose who drives. For the rough bit where there's basically some slate rock drop offs, and you basically have to jump it. And then rely on your repulsors to catch you at the bottom. And it's going to be a 1 red, 1 purple check. So there is a potential for it to go very badly.
Hookers hears Gar explaining that exactly. Hookers looks down at his hands, looks back up at Gar, and goes, "All right, man, it's on you."
Guy, you gonna drive? You want me to? You feeling up to it, mate? You look pretty pale.
Yeah, I got it. I brought a bucket with me.
Are you sitting on it?
Yes.
You forgot a red.
Oh. That.
Excellent. Okay. So with your the only threats that the only bad things that kind of happen as you're skipping along here is that the dust that's billowing up makes you're already everything's already dry. You've been in the desert. You're uncomfortable. Everyone's going to take a little bit of strain. And you guys didn't really bring enough water, you realize, so you're going to need to pick up some water while you're in town. But you are going to make it. So as you fly closer, everyone... So now I'm going to put you on this map over here. Everyone give me a 2 purple perception check.
No spiders on the ceiling, maybe.
There's no ceiling.
Anybody near me gets 2 boosts.
Someone succeeded with a triumph.
Oh, it's me. I seize it.
Okay. You're the only one, I think. So I'm assuming you stay driving after you bring it down the cliff face?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So these giant birds are flying around, and of course your immediate thought is, wow, those are really big birds. I wonder if we could hunt them. And with your triumph, you immediately spot that they have saddles on them and that there are Sinolians riding them as they fly around, and that they're circling your vehicle as it is approaching. With your triumph, unless you have a specific way you want to spend it, take your silence as a no. you remember that there's like a little design pattern that you can do that Sinolians take as a general I'm a friendly greeting. It's like a sign language thing, but you can make it as a symbol. And you decide to, on your way in towards the facility, because you know they can be a bit hostile, to basically drive that pattern in the sand.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. I'll think for a minute I'm going crazy as I drive in a weird circle thing, but...
Okay.
The things aren't on, man. You can't shock us now. You can't.
That's
throw
probably
us.
better than writing the symbol with my poop.
Yep. I mean, you're the only one who realizes this, so if you want to explain it to them, you can. If you don't have to.
No.
Okay. So they just think you're batshit crazy. Okay.
We're hanging over the edge with our fingers over our nose.
Okay. The ones that are following you, they keep following you, but they don't look like they're nearly as agitated as they originally were. As you start getting closer to the actual den, all of the cliff faces and high rises around it, you see roosts. There's hundreds of these birds roosting on pretty much every available bit of space that's high up off the ground. And every once in a while, you will pick out and see that there are Sinolians up there on some of these ridges with them.
I'm gonna tell Cricky we're probably being watched. In case he somehow didn't spot him.
Yeah, I can see that, mate. Being watched by a lot of big beds.
So, you're getting pretty close to the actual, like, perimeter at this point. How do you want to approach this? They don't seem to be making an effort to stop you, but you're definitely being watched.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna pull up and wait for somebody to flag us down and tell us where to park.
Okay.
I have my comm thing out. Is there anything on comms?
So a comm link works kind of like a old school two-way radio where you can flip through channels. You're definitely going to pick up tons of stuff, but it's going to be encrypted. Without the key, you're not going to be able to decipher any of it. But you're also right next to a mining facility, so I'm not sure that actually tells you as much as you think it does.
I was looking for like a open signal that anybody was talking on. If they wanted to welcome anybody, which they clearly don't.
They do not seem to be friendly to outsiders, but they're also not being openly hostile to you, which, not going to lie, that Triumph was a really good time for that. So, you going to pull right up to the perimeter and stop and wait for them to come down and say something? That's what I heard from Gar, anyway.
Yep.
Sounds like a great plan.
Okay. So one of the birds is going to flap down as you come to a stop, and a rider is going to dismount. And this button, and this button. And then, oh, where'd it go? That button. And a female, obviously, Sinolian, is going to hop off the mount and say, "Please identify yourself. I am Fiend Ralun. I am a guardian of the den here. What's your business?"
Hi, I'm Hookers. I heard there's a really good pawn shop here. I got a buddy who said that the pawn shop owner is looking for a really cool trade. His name is Koth, and the pawn shop's owner name is
Sham.
Are we in the right place?
She looks at you quizzically. It's really hard to judge their expressions, but slightly cats, like, tilts its head to the side like a cat or a dog would. And it's like, "Yes, this is where Sham's shop is. We do not get many visitors." Koth, you say? Interesting. She holds up a finger in a very human gesture to say, wait a moment, and takes a few steps away and talks into a comm link quietly. Do you want to try to eavesdrop in it?
No, I'm not too sneaky. He's doing the right things.
Okay. In that case, she comes back in a moment and says, you're clear to go into town. Please leave your weapons on board your skiff. You're in no danger from us here, but we are not quick to trust outsiders. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, man. We're also a little bit thirsty. The desert's pretty dry.
Obviously, water is at a premium here, especially since most of the water that is here has been polluted by the mining town. But you may be able to negotiate for what you need.
All right, man. Thanks. I mean, lady, dude.
She gets back on her mount and waves you towards the town and takes off.
It's onward, Gar.
I'm not going to make you roll for it. You can roll right up into town. You guys may now dismount. Is anyone going to try to take their weapons off the skiff?
Nope.
Not at all.
Nope.
Okay. Making clear gestures that you're leaving them behind, like exaggerated act of putting it down, seems to go over very well with the Sinolians that are around where you park. And as you
pretty much just wear a loincloth, so.
Yeah, and as you pull in, you don't need to look very far to see where the vehicles were that Koth was talking about.
I mean, they're right there. We just got to figure out what kind of thing that she wants us to do. That one is a big old ship, too. I bet you that'll fit perfectly. And it's got wheels to anchor. See, it's right what we needed.
I like the one with the legs.
Oh, does it have that big old gun on it?
It does. It does, however, also look like it's in incredibly dilapidated shape. The wheeled vehicle looks like it's, beat up and old but functional. The walker looks like, while it probably could be made to function, it is almost certainly not going to immediately work. It is going to be a project car.
Yeah, so we head into the pawn shop.
Yeah,
Okay.
The sand is getting in me fair.
Okay, it is absolutely doing that. The wind kicks up, it seems like every 10 seconds, and then dies down and then kicks up again. And it's so regular that after a moment you realize that it's in tune with the giant excavator. And when the excavator is digging, it actually moves air for miles around. So you roll up to the shop. Now everything that's in before you guys get too crazy with the shopping, everything that's in the actual shop is in this little terminal I put on the outside, but these are actually things that are on shelves in the shop. So as you walk in, this is a rather rustic shop. It's basically just a set of shelves and a counter, and there's a Sinolian female behind the counter who looks up quizzically as you walk through the door with a traditional little bell that goes ding, 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 ding. And she says, "Gentle beings, we don't get a lot of visitors here. Welcome to my pawn shop. Is there anything I could do for you? Please have a look at these wares. Also, if you need to unload any unwanted gear, I pay a premium for any sort of survival equipment that you don't need, as it is quite valuable around here."
Oh, yeah. Are you Sham? We have a mutual friend, Koth, sent us. He says you're looking to do a special kind of deal.
Oh. As you say that, and I'm assuming since everyone's looking in the shop that everyone is now in here and like perusing their shelves and such.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
As Hook says that, Sham walks over to a button on the front bar window thing here, and this top part swings down and shuts and latches, and the door clicks to lock, and then there's a little bit of a buzzing noise. And she's like, "Okay, now that we can speak privately, yeah, we have a need here, and we are willing to trade more than fairly for it. We asked the Grey Wolves, which is the group that Koth is running, if they would be willing to perform an airstrike for us against that machine that has destroyed our home. And he seemed very hesitant to do it. I didn't honestly expect anyone to show up.
So what do you want to happen? You want that entire mining camp gone?
I'd love for that entire mining camp to be gone, but that wasn't exactly what we asked for. Is that something that you're capable of doing?
We gotta talk it all the way over, but you just want the big mining drill that's actually really annoying now that we're real close to it to stop mining.
Really annoying. It has collapsed caves full of our children. It is more than annoying. It has poisoned the water. It has kicked up toxic minerals into the air. Everyone here has a respiratory disease of some variety or another. And Zerka Corporation, because they claim the mineral rights and that we are illegal squatters, has been able to get the Empire to enforce their hold over this area. Yes, we would like the excavator destroyed.
Which one's the excavator?
It's the really big machine that's digging a gaping hole in the terrain.
The one that says industrial grinder?
Yes, that thing. So what that does, and I explained it when you guys were here last time.
It last time.
Is it actually moves. So it basically, this arm comes in and out, and it sweeps back and forth, and it just digs everything out, and then pulls it into these processing facilities that then sort out the stuff they want and eject into wherever they can the stuff they don't. Strip mining is actually a pretty ugly business.
Not the best kind of strippers, let me tell you.
Yeah, this burning TIE fighter isn't actually here anymore. Let me go ahead and take care of that. That crashed into that refinery a long time ago. They probably have new TIE fighters. Let me put new TIE fighters out here.
Sham, when we came in, we saw some vehicles out there covered in a camo net.
Yeah. We have some vehicles from when the Old Republic base was here. This den was actually set up under the Ithorian Enclave when they were in charge of the planet. Unfortunately, the Empire hasn't acknowledged any of that. The Juggernaut conversion vehicle that we have is completely legal and registered within the Empire for construction purposes, but we don't want anyone to know that it's here because we're worried the mining town would have use for it and decide they could just take it. The Walker is just something we found. It needs a little bit of work to make fully functional. And truthfully, we only grabbed it because we were rather sure and still aren't unsure that we are going to end up in a conflict with the mining facility at some point, and we might need it.
Yeah, do the guns still work?
The gun is the only thing I can vouch for being 100% operational.
Oof.
It is mobile, but some of the legs don't always work right, and it has to stop on a regular basis. It is pretty old. It could be made to be operational. We would be willing to trade one of those vehicles, as we told Koth, as part of the payment, but we would need to keep at least one of them.
Right, yeah, totally understand.
True.
So, yeah, what were you going to say? Sorry.
I was going to say, truthfully, I would think we would be better off as a community to keep the construction vehicle, but that won't do us much good if stormtroopers show up.
True, very true.
So I'm like completely down with blowing up this Zerka mining construction site. Let's try to run the path together. You've been here longer. Do you scout them out? Do they run that mine every single hour, all the time?
It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And truthfully, we haven't been scouting it as much as we used to. We just know it's running because it's impossible not to. They've gotten to the point now where their guards shoot at us if we get anywhere within rifle range of their facility.
Right, gents, maybe we should talk about this just together and come up with a plan. See if it's even possible to do. I'd love to get one of these machines, though.
She takes the hint that you want to have some time to yourself and hits the button to unlock all of the stuff and says, please feel free to peruse my wares, and if you have any needs for supplies or equipment, let me know.
Right, you got any thermal detonators?
She doesn't laugh.
Iridium charges.
I don't see them in here.
They're obviously not something that I could sell directly out of the shop, but if that is something that you would need, I could get a hold of it. The expense would, of course, come out of your end of the payment.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So, like, real quickly, if we could sneak up and snipe a couple of pilots and put one of you guys in the TIE fighters, that would give us a pretty big advantage.
True.
We need to stop their communications out.
Yeah, there's heavy lasers out there. So, that's going to be a problem.
These heavy lasers are going to be a problem.
Yeah. How far away from the worm are we?
You guys aren't even halfway there. Like, you've gone, I can't pull up the map right now and show you, but earlier in one of the previous sessions, I showed you that basically it's a quarter away across the planet to get there, and you've basically gone from New York to Florida.
Also, I don't know if you want to bring a worm over here to then feed on these people who live underground.
Also a valid point. These people live underground.
Think about driving the grinder.
Oh, taking the grinder there. Yeah.
No, the grinder's not a vehicle. It's a building. It's like it's like a building crane. It's not a walker though. It moves back and forth. It's like to put it in terms Ghost will understand. It's one of those cranes you assemble. Yes, it does move, but you have to build it in place, and then it does its job, and then you move it somewhere else to do its job elsewhere. Tower cranes? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, just anything with that's not a mobile crane.
I mean, you look at the refinery, this massive refinery, and then you look at the size of this thing.
Yeah, that thing's fucking huge. All right, so the sandstorm. Could we hide in it?
Absolutely.
So it gets bad enough. All right, does everybody have goggles or glasses that could see through sandstorm? Thermal or anything like that?
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is we wait until a sandstorm kicks up, which is like, what, every 10 minutes? And we move through there with our breather masks and our thermals on, and we start capping fools. And we make it all the way up to the grinder. And then, so like, you blow up a grinder, yeah, it can be replaced. You weld the engine together, that, like, you got to pull the whole fucking thing apart to put it back together, you know what I'm saying?
Just overload it.
Yeah, how does it get power? Are these fuel tanks?
Those are processing facilities for it. It has its power source internal to it, I'm not positive you guys would know off the top of your head, but if you would like to make any type of education roll or a mechanics check, I will let you do that. It's going to be 3 purples.
Yeah, man, if I was gonna make a droid that did that, I would have its power source
Run fairy dust and
somewhere
unicorns.
intelligence to success.
Okay. So most buildings or things this size run on internal ion reactors. They do require fuel rods, and they can explode under the right circumstances. Usually the way that you get them to explode is to disable their cooling system and then lock them into a high output state. They basically melt down kind of like a nuclear reactor does, except for a lot prettier.
Do you know how fast that happens?
Depends on the reactor. You wouldn't. There's almost no way you could know that information, but you would know that it ranges from a few minutes to several hours. It's not instantaneous.
Move inside the sand clouds. Do we want to try to take out their comms so they can't call back for help?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, technically, we could just do this all stealth.
We slip in. Only move when the sandstorm is on. When the sandstorm's not on, we hide in the sand. We get in, pull the control rods, lock it into whatever top speed is, and then do the same thing. We just leave.
What are these Wookiees doing here?
They work there.
Yeah, you talk to them.
They need to get the fuck out of there.
Zerka is a multiplanetary operation. There's going to be all sorts of species here.
Bastards.
We used to work for them for like a day before we stole that ship.
Yeah.
I don't think you ever actually even clocked in.
No, I don't think so either.
I still got our credentials.
No, then we paid heavily to not have ever worked there.
Oh.
Right.
And then shot the guy who did it for you.
Good thing we had the sandstorm. They might remember us.
So, are you talking about this while you're in the pawn shop?
I think we're we're hanging out. We're talking to each other.
Okay. Sham's probably going to spoke her head around the corner and be like, if you really wanted to wait until the sandstorm was bad, once a day they have to basically eject all the debris, and there's like an hour of continuous output. It almost blocks out the sun.
That'd be a good time to go. With breathers on, of course.
She's like, not that I'm listening to your very private conversation. Then she shuffles back to the...
Yeah, Sham, thanks.
Thank you.
I bet like the ties are grounded during that time. They can't really be helpful.
You cannot fly through it.
Yeah. I think this is the way to go. And we just splinter cell our way across.
I've got a silenced sniper rifle. Do you want me to post up or be close?
No, I think that's a good idea. If we keep you,
Hold on. How are you gonna see through the storm?
I've got macro binoculars.
Okay.
Do you have
I'm just asking.
do you have a thermal scope on your sniper rifle?
He does now. He does now.
Hey, Sham, you sell thermal scopes in there?
You want to give me a Destiny token?
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Go find a thermal scope in the generator and let me know which one it is, because you need to add it to your rifle because it's probably going to change the stats.
All right, so we also need an explosive big enough to kill this grinder inside.
I mean,
Or to just start
Yes.
this reaction, right?
You're right. Explosives would be better because if we go with we have to do mechanics. It's possible we just leave and nothing bad actually happens. Like we sneak in perfectly, sneak out perfectly, and then we watch for days.
I'm not gonna lie. In my head I was like, that's how it's gonna work out. This time they're gonna be able to sneak, but then they're gonna flub, sabotaging the thing.
Sneak in,
Yeah, let's blow
sneak
it
out, and then we just watch it for 3 days. Like it's how long is this supposed to take?
Yeah. I was thinking of the scenes in Iron Druid where he goes and welds everything together. We would have to do that with like the oh shit, what is the foam spray stuff?
Lots of cast.
Yeah. They could get that out though, right?
But yeah, it's not nearly powerful enough.
What we need is super glue and wood. Wood dust.
A carbonite sprayer might work.
Ooh, carbonite.
Temporarily, carbonite will eventually defrost and thaw.
Ah.
And in this heat, that probably wouldn't take too long.
Let's just blow it up.
So, but yes, you have to figure out how to blow it up. I mean, very precise placed explosives wouldn't require a ton of explosive. But, you know,
Wait.
if you guys want to... Go ahead.
Wouldn't the carbonite actually make it brittle?
It depends on where you put it. Thin enough metal, sure. But
If it's getting frozen or something like that, I figure it might make it brittle or I don't know, easier to blow up.
Thin enough metal, yes, but I don't think that's what they meant when they said use carbonite for it. I think they were trying to jam up the gears with it.
Oh, I was just thinking a way to use the idea of that.
It's also just as hard to get carbonite as explosives.
So the smaller amount of explosives, more targets, and more targeted explosive is probably better long run than just one big massive one. Easier to get.
That depends on how massive the...
Yeah, like a baridium.
Yeah, because a baridium charge will kind of make the middle of this thing just go away.
That's what we want. We want big bada boom. You know the dump truck episode of Mythbusters? That's
Yes.
what we want.
Everybody knows that one. That's actually not their biggest boom. They made diamonds with explosives.
I found a multi-optic sight that removes 2 blacks to see through smoke, darkness, or other environmental conditions.
That's what you found. And we're just going to gloss over the installation phase as well. And the calibration that a sniper rifle like that would need, and all the other jazz that goes with it, because you flipped a Destiny token.
Oh, I'm pretty good with mechanics.
You obviously thought of all of that in advance, and you love that rifle.
I really do love this rifle. You're my buddy. You don't have
This
a
is
name
where he
yet.
rolls his despair and loses it.
It'd be unprecedented. It's never happened to any characters here. Okay.
So, Miss Sham, how much explosives do you have? I think we got a pretty good plan.
I mean, how much do you need? I don't have any on site for legal reasons, but that doesn't mean I can't get it. Let me double check to make sure it's actually the truth. I don't think I put any explosives in here. No.
I mean, ideally, a medium-sized baridium charge would be all we would need.
Baridium's super illegal, but I could probably have that smuggled in. Like I said, that would have to come out of your side of the cost. And
How much are we talking?
Metagame, you do realize that cost actually would come out of Koth's cut because your cut of the thing is the vehicle.
I don't know metagame that David realized that. I don't know in-game that Gar realized that.
Oh, okay. So she's gonna probably be like, I can get you a brick-sized piece of baridium with a detonator for about 5,000 credits.
I'll pitch in, throw in my cash.
Like Imperial hard credits.
Yes, if you want to do it on the down low, yes. You definitely don't want the Imperials like figuring out that you did this, so you don't want to use your bank account.
Right. Here's 5,000.
Just found it, huh?
Yep, I just found it.
Chris looks at you a little bit sideways.
Don't worry about a thing, guys. I got it covered.
So it takes her about a day. And she talks like it's going to take a lot longer than a day, and then at the last moment is like, oh, well, someone's going to come by. And someone drops by on a kadu, which is a two-legged bird thing that's a mount. So this is like kind of like riding a horse, shows up and gives a bunch of water satchels and other supplies to her, and then gives her like a folded thing that looks like it's food. And she walks over to you and hands you the food container and then walks off with the rest of it without even saying anything. And as you open up this food container, there's a freaking baridium charge inside.
For a second there, I really wanted it to be tacos.
It's expensive taco.
Very expensive tacos. Oh
Those
boy.
tacos will blow you out.
That's very true. I'm not going to keep it in my lap. But I've got it. Nice and safe.
All right.
I'm gonna buy this plasma grenade that she had in her store.
It's literally a container of plasma for a welding torch that she has affixed a detonator to the top of.
She's pretty cool. I like Miss Sham.
The cool part about that is that plasma grenade, in the context of this session, can pass as just a container of fuel for a plasma torch, if no one looks too closely. Okay. I'm going to try to sneak over here, or...
Mm-hmm.
So you guys, since you've already been here for a full day, you've probably seen this cycle happen at least once already. So it seems right before sunset is when they do their once a 24-hour thing, and literally all of the valves on top of all these buildings open up and just start spewing dust, dirt, black smoke, sand, you name it, every unimaginable thing into the air until there's this fog from many, many hundreds of feet up all the way down to the ground of it's just smog and smoke and dust and debris, and everything gets covered in it, which is why everything is this one, like, the way I described it the first time you guys landed here is everything is the same color as the dirt, because everything's caked with layers of it. And of course the wind blows and it moves it over the entirety of the town. You see all the birds get covered up with these special blankets that their riders have to try to protect them. It's a pretty big deal to watch it happen. But you also notice that all of the air defenses go offline and shutter into protective shells, and all of the TIE fighters and the shuttles land. And basically the whole site shuts down. Everybody goes inside and just hunkers down for the few hours it takes for this thing to do its discharge and then have the dust settle.
How long does it usually take, did you say?
It's a few hours.
Gotcha.
For the dust to settle. The actual blowout of all the debris is probably only 15 minutes.
How long a walk is it?
It's a pretty long walk. We're talking 3 or 4 football fields to go from the top of the cliff edge here, which you'd have to scale, all the way to the drill.
But we could scale the cliff edge before we started out, right?
Yes, you can. Or you can find alternate means up there if scaling the cliff is not appealing to you. Which for some
I'm just saying we could prep, like we could be in a certain spot, knowing that it's coming, and then as soon as the dust cloud starts up, then we start walking.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was looking at the map, and I think it makes sense if we have our skiff like down here, way outside the range, but like behind this building, whatever this is with the titties on it, and then we make our way in, under the cover of the...
So now that I can't unsee that, That titty building is a cantina. It seems to be an independent person's. Don't you dare draw that on there. I will turn you into bad things. Anyway, it's a cantina for the miners to use. It's actually a rather large cantina, but it's obviously an independent operation. There's speeder bikes, and it's very well populated, which is both good and bad, because you'll almost certainly be seen pulling into it, but you won't draw any attention.
Right.
In that kind of crowd.
We belong here.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
It's perfect. Once I saw it, I was like, "Oh man, there's an arm and there's an arm. She's clearly dancing."
Right. So we'll head down to the cantina.
Okay.
And we'll check this place out. Stay here until right about sunset, and then we'll set off.
Okay.
On our mission.
The cantina gets really popular right around the time that it's about to happen because everybody's going to go indoors. So, of course, where would you want to go indoors? Where the beer is.
Right.
So this place is pretty packed. What we did with your skiff token. I just had it a minute ago. Oh, that's right. I had to make it small because you were in town. Okay. So you guys are up here. Like I said, lots of stuff. You're not drawing any attention. With that said, it's about 4 football fields from where you're at here at the cantina. So it's quite a ways away, and there's a building in the way. But this is probably a better approach.
I'm going to buy a bunch of water.
From the cantina?
Yeah.
While we're here?
Yeah.
Okay. Water's 50 credits a liter.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. They do have what they call hydration fluid. It's brown.
I buy that.
It's 10 credits a liter.
Yeah, I buy that.
Thank you.
That's a better deal.
That's repurposed urine, buddy.
It's water, man. You have to drink it.
All right, Bear Grylls. It's right up your alley.
With that said, I wasn't going to hit the survival thing until we started making the trip back, but you guys figure you're going to need at least 3 liters of water a person.
Yeah, I'm going to buy a lot.
Yeah, same here.
Okay. I think
50 a liter?
I think Ghost has you covered. That's a lot. You want to spend that whole thing on water?
Yeah, I'm going to buy water for everybody.
Okay, he definitely just bought water for everybody.
We're covered.
Cheers.
That's 1,000 credits of water. Even at 50 a liter is a lot of water.
I got real thirsty last time. I don't want to do it again.
Got that cotton mouth thing.
Yeah, it's bad.
Okay.
Right, so everybody has a mask, right? Like a breather mask. It's not going to be comfortable walking out there.
You did ask earlier if everyone had goggles, but I do want everyone to double check in to make sure that they have something where they can see through this muck and a rebreather. And if I call you out for it in the middle of the session and you don't have one, your character may die. So.
That's rough.
I don't have a token for a rebreather, but I had a rebreather.
I don't either.
I had one because it was inside my emergency prepared kit.
I have the token for the rebreather. I don't have my goggles. And I should have night vision goggles.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to mine either, because I had some.
Yeah, it's amazing how when I point out the dire consequences, everyone suddenly says, maybe I should go check my cards.
Yeah.
I do remember you all having rebreathers, so I can get a rebreather card and set you up. There were plenty of goggles that could have been purchased at the pawn store for little to nothing.
I definitely had it, though.
Oh, someone else is using the pawn store, so I can't copy the rebreather card. Can, hey, Thodubs, can I have... Yeah, thank you.
I'm out.
I'll let you back in just a second. I just need to copy a card real quick. I was looking for that rebreather card. Did you grab... No, there it is.
No, I was looking for the goggles also.
There's plenty of goggles on the shelves, so it's actually all the way at the very bottom, I think, is the one you're looking for. It just says dark conditions, but it actually is.
That's what I was checking to see if that was the same thing or not.
Yeah, that'll work for your current
I
conditions.
have mine. I have my breather mask.
Can you copy this for me?
What do we need copied?
The electro binoculars and physics.
Yeah.
For some reason, this doesn't match the same one that I have. And I kind of freaked out. I was like, oh no.
It doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, this one's a better version.
Yeah.
I mean, they do come in different, flavors.
Right.
All right, so who needs a rebreather? You need a rebreather? No, you got a rebreather. Do you need
Yeah,
a rebreather?
I've already got one.
I have one.
You has one. Kizik has a rebreather. Oh, they all have rebreathers. Good. So now everybody's got goggles and rebreather.
Nope, need the goggles still.
Okay.
Are you out of the shop then, I assume?
I am. You really just need something to keep the sand off your eyes. Being able to see in thermal vision would be a huge plus. But the bare minimum is you just need a set of goggles to keep them off your eyes. And that should
Or
be...
scarf.
Do we have any more of the goggles, or was it just the one?
You can copy mine.
Yeah, I thought there was one in there when I was in there a minute ago.
I grabbed it.
Oh, okay. Where's it at?
It's right here.
Alright, there we go. There you go.
And the electro binoculars, they count as goggles?
If you're going to hold their binoculars, so if you hold them up to your face and use both hands and, never take them off, like they're not goggles. They're
I
binoculars.
got tape. I got tape.
We do know how binoculars works, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, wait, what if
can
we
do some
plastic-
mechanics here?
No, we could plastic cast them to your head.
I think I have a helmet somewhere. I'll mount them.
Or we plastic cast them. Just put them on your face and then spray you with plastic cast with the little straws coming out of your nose so you can breathe.
You're a Wookiee.
No.
You do not have a helmet. There's almost no way.
No helmets.
Yeah. No helmets, no armor, no clothes.
Technically the breath mask has goggles. Unless I'm looking at it wrong.
Is it?
I think it's just a strap.
It's just
It's not.
yeah, no. So it's the thing that they wear when they go outside during
Oh, I see. It
Empire
looks like
Strikes
goggles
Back.
too.
Yeah,
right.
in Empire Strikes Back, you see some using them.
I need some goggles then.
Okay, well, you can buy a set from the local store. I'll make you a quick copy. There you go.
There we go.
And she even makes them Wookiee sized for you by adjusting all the straps.
I like her.
All right, so now that we've done all our last minute bookkeeping, what are you guys actually carrying with you weight wise? So someone's got to carry that baridium charge.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay.
Which means that I can't carry my vibro machete.
That's probably your stealthiest weapon.
Sure is. I'm going to bring my Carillion crossbow.
So I'm bringing my blaster, the crossbow, and of course breather, goggles.
I didn't know you bought a Model 38 rifle, though, Dubs.
I did. A lot of my money went to it.
When did that happen?
Long time ago.
Okay. I'm just going to assume that we went through the calibration phase. You bought it from the store? You didn't pick it up off
Yes.
the body? Okay.
No, it was through the store.
Okay. They have to be calibrated to a user.
Oh, okay.
So
I did not know that.
I think that it probably happened if you bought it from a store. I would have pointed that out.
It was through the home store that we're like right outside our place.
Yep, that's the Zerka Arms Depot. You bought all your stuff from the people whose refinery you're about to explode.
Nice. There we go.
So,
Yeah, we gotta save an indigenous peoples.
there's a giant thrumming noise as the ground shakes a little, and you know that the storm is about to happen.
We should not all leave at the same time.
Yeah. Leave from different doors.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Sneak out a window.
No, I go outside. I pee in the sand.
Finish it up before that snowstorm starts.
Like pissing in the wind.
Just don't stand downwind.
I'll head out.
Yeah, it's not that one. Yeah, that one'll work. They even have a sandstorm setting. Okay. So, what I really want to know, I don't know how well you guys can actually see the sandstorm stuff I just put down, but it does have a little bit of effect when you're down at eye level. So who's going first? Are you traveling as groups? Like, are you traveling in pairs or all in one group? And
We should all try to stay within eyesight. So whoever's going first.
That'll
we
give us
just
a
need
bigger
to-
silhouette if we do that.
If we all stay within like 10 yards of each other.
Yeah, that'll give us a bigger silhouette. Like, I mean, if there's thermal vision.
Okay, so item number 1, which route are you guys taking? And if you're dividing into groups, what groups are you in? If you're not dividing into groups, I need to know what order you're going in.
Well, I have the beridium charge. I need to get to the grinder. So I'm going to try to make a beeline that way. So my route would be going as close to that as possible.
Yeah, I was going to stick with him, and I was going to say if Hukris and Argon skirted the edge and kind of came to here, so they had a direct line down. So if we end up getting into trouble, they can, give us cover fire.
I mean, Argon's going to have to get a lot closer than that to shoot with his pistol. But Hooker's rifle can definitely shoot from that range.
I don't mind getting over here during this, like inside this building area, like being able to shoot from there.
Okay. All I need to know now is who's going first.
Hookers will start skirting the edge.
Okay. Give me a perception check about halfway down that line of moisture evaporators.
Two purples.
No. It's going to be 1 red, 1 purple. I love those checks. Those are my favorite. Didn't you know?
Yeah.
Bad guy just thinks it's a wampa.
I don't see it, but he's right in my scope. Oh, fuck. Wow.
So, here's what the failed check was. There is something to be seen in the moisture evaporator field. You don't see it. How would you like to spend your triumph?
It doesn't see me.
Is that all you'd like to spend your triumph on?
Can I say I've got a weird feeling that there might be something in the evaporator fields, guys? Heads up. Over comms.
Yes, you can say I have a bad feeling about this. That's a Star Wars trope. All right, who's next?
I'll go with Hukris. I mean, we're still trying to stay together in twos, right?
Yeah.
So I'll kind of keep up with him then.
Okay.
So I guess we're kind of traveling together.
Okay. Crikey and Maul, you guys are going to make it up to here before I'm going to need a perception check from both of you. And Argon, I need a perception check from you. 1 red, 1 purple for all those perception checks.
You get an extra 2 blues, Crikey.
Nice. I'm also being sneaky. Can I roll my stealth before my perception?
Well, they haven't had an opportunity to see you yet.
Okay.
If you want to, I could go ahead and roll it, but there's no guarantee that you're actually going to need it.
Okay.
Whatever it is, I see it.
Excellent.
Perception, 3 successes.
Wow.
We had 3 successes.
I triumphed. And failed.
Wow.
Okay,
Just like me.
so you don't see the maintenance droids working on the moisture evaporators, or their security counterparts that only Gar is close enough to see. Hold on, I need a different size token so we can differentiate them.
You
Anyway.
know what I do see with my triumph? Is like some piping that has to connect all these things. Can I
Mhm.
just like hide behind it and stay away from everything?
Yes, you can totally do a. You want to like climb over like a splinter cell thing?
Yeah.
Okay. There's plenty of piping. This is the right place. There's all sorts of piping going on. I am going to require that stealth check.
No problem.
To do this. I have lost a token. But you just keep going and I'll figure it out.
What's the stealth difficulty?
The stealth difficulty on a standard guard is 3 reds, but he's going to have difficulty having a perception check, so I think I'll build that into yours and just go ahead and make your stealth upgraded once because of the dust and sand and such.
But it's still 3 reds?
No, it's 3 difficulty, 3 purples.
Oh.
I'm just going to have to do a substitution. That's what I'm going to have to do.
I am the knight.
You are definitely the knight. Okay, with your triumph, would you like to just take Crikey with you?
I would like to take Gar with me.
Gar, that guy.
We're in a box. Metal Gear Solid.
Yep.
No. I took my bearskin cape and I've draped it over both of us, and we're just a big bear
So there are 2 guards,
covered in sand.
and these guards, they do not see you. They do not see you at all. Argon and Hukruz. Argon, did you pass your perception check?
I did.
Excellent. There's something you should do here because you passed your perception check.
Take cover and tell people how many there are.
There you go. You are learning, see? That's exactly the right answer.
Okay, guys, I can see that there are 3 droids out there. So we've got 2 that are closer up towards the main building, towards that refinery, and 1 is very close to Hooks and me.
There's actually 4. There's a security droid in there too.
Oh, gotcha. Yep,
5.
didn't see him up
There's
beside.
2 security droids.
I don't see the other security droid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
those are new ones. They were added in there. Okay, yep.
Yep.
So 5. And Crikey and you guys are pretty well covered with a bunch of droids over there.
So Hooks is the main concern I have right now. He didn't see the thing. He's super close to it. Like, it's turned around working on this evaporator, but like you could almost reach out and touch it. It's super close. Close enough that Hookers can tell that it's got an alarm system on it.
So I can't get closer to it. I'm gonna walk away from it.
If you get closer to it, you run the risk of... So when I say it's got an alarm system on it, it's got a big foghorn thing that's going to go off if it detects you. Right now, it doesn't detect you.
I'd like to make it keep that way and take a bigger circle around.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. For these guys, because they are not security droids, it is going to be a 1 red check. Argon, are you going with him?
I am, so I'm going to wrap around. We'll do the same stealth thing, so...
Yep, make the same check. We will average out your 2 checks.
You said it was 1 red or 2 reds?
It's 1 red. Because these aren't security droids. Because it's really hoping that you win big here.
Oh, yeah.
3-3.
I
Or
think
1-3.
I believe that is an average success. Okay, so you guys make it all the way around. Now, as you get closer to this building is some sort of executive barracks. You're not sure. It's fancier than a lot of the other surroundings, but it's got shutters on it that have all closed. You do notice that there is some movement over here. You have to do a perception check to tell exactly what it is, but there's definitely something moving in the sand right over there by the entrance.
Yeah, I'd like to pull that up on my scope.
Okay, give me a 2 purple perception check. All right. You see that there is some sort of dog-like creature. It looks like it's domesticated. Doesn't seem like it's particularly threatening, but it's actually playing in the sand. Like, it's so used to this that it's like a dog in the snow.
I tell that to Argon. I said there's a dog playing. That can't be a threat, can it? And then I turn it back towards the actual security guard.
Well, we do have to pay careful attention with that dog, though. I mean, what if it comes after us or starts making some noises?
Also, I would like to point out that you only see this on thermal because there's no way you can actually see that far.
Gotcha.
So, okay, so with the successes we got from you guys, Crikey and Gar can tunnel climb their way pretty much to the edge of the refinery, over to where these people are. Now, over here, there are some individuals, they're all like under overhangs and behind barriers, and like they're not out in the actual sandstorm because it's ridiculous. But they are visible to the point where you have to figure out a way to cross this courtyard.
There's a dog that was playing in the sand. If you guys want to pretend to be dogs and just kind of dog roll through the sand. Or I can start sniping.
You got a bead on anybody?
Do I want... Oh, no, I hate that Ugnaught. He was a jerk.
It'd be better if we just made some kind of a distraction.
Don't we just want to sneak around him or something like that? I mean, obviously, we don't want to cause any kind of notice, right? I mean,
alert or anything, yeah.
Probably go 100% stealth if we can.
Is your gun silenced?
Yeah, I
have
got
a,
a silencer.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we can always hope the dead body actually gets covered up by the sand, the death storm, I guess.
I mean,
If you want,
or you could drag it to the big hole.
There you go.
Yeah.
big open space, no way to get across there without them seeing us.
Oh, I never said no way to get across without being seen. There's definitely ways.
All right, so what's around us? Could we...
So the pipes have terminated. The pipes you're right with the water pipes. They terminated into a giant reservoir here, and you guys just kind of climbed over the top of the roof, and then you can shimmy down to the ground on this chimney, or you can be up on this ledge above that chimney.
Okay. I think I'm on the ground. Kind of out of the dust right now as it's blowing around. I'm in this nook. So if I look out, are these guys like talking to each other? Do they have to yell to like be over?
They have to talk. They have to speak up, but they don't have to yell. These two guys would be underneath the overhang that's next to you, like so. It's this one further over. They're blatantly just miners who are just smoking and joking, waiting for shit to blow over so they can go back to do what they were doing. There's another group over here, at least one of which is a security guard.
On the map, it looks like there's like a crater here where this is like the ledge, right?
Yep, there is.
Does it go down?
It does.
Okay.
Or
it's actually a pretty gentle slope at first, then it gets gradually steeper. It's almost like an erosion. Like when you see really bad erosion control, it's kind of what it looks like. Like it looks gentle until it's very suddenly not.
Right. I think that might be our best bet, is to try to get into this and then go around like this. But then we've got the same problem coming back out of here, right? Because I would imagine that goes up. What do you think, Gar?
is the smoke thicker the higher up you go?
It's kind of in motion, so it's actually settling down to the ground at this point, because it's taken you more than 15 minutes to get to this point. So the discharge from the refinery and the grinder have stopped, and now all the heavy particulates are starting to settle back down to the ground. So it's almost like it's raining dust.
This lasted for several hours.
It does last for several hours. It's going to keep raining dust for several hours, but it only takes 15 minutes for them to discharge all the stuff. I guess the simple answer to your question is it's the same thickness all around. I was just trying to give you a description of what's going on.
Yep. I understand.
Of course, it's pretty dense too. So I mean, it's a little. The farther away you are from people, it's probably easier for them not to see you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan?
I thought you were the one coming up with the plan.
Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna try to stealth, tuck, and roll into that gully, and if it goes south, then I guess we start shooting.
All right, we're gonna stealth, tuck, and roll into the gully.
All right. It's 3 purple. Stealth check. You guys both roll it, and then we average out because you're moving together. Unless one of you triumphs, and you could just take the other one with you.
That might happen.
Oof. All right. So, Crikey and Gar, you guys get about halfway through, and it's actually going pretty well. Then
This one gets a yellow question mark above his head.
actually, it's this Ugnaught that was, and he was real dickish to
Oh.
the dude's character, and he comes out here and he's got to take a leak, and he starts peeing right over the edge, and it's not hitting Crikey, but it's way closer than you ever wanted to be to an Ugnaught's junk.
I mean, what's his hand doing is what we all really want to know.
But Crikey
It just reaches up, snatches the Ugnaught by the dick, and
Pulls him
his
down.
ass. Yeah, pulls him down.
So, I mean, but before that happens, as you're doing that, like, there's a moment where the Ugnaught looks down, realizes that there's a giant fucking Wookiee there, and you guys lock eyes the split second before it happens. Go ahead and give me a brawl check. He's an Ugnaught. It's a 1 purple. You really need to crush the advantage to do it completely silently, though.
Oh boy, a brawl check.
Yep.
Am I watching this through my sniper rifle lens?
You absolutely can be.
Where are those camera droids when you need them?
Not flying in this mess.
I'm just saying we could have this recorded.
This is not the kind of adventure you record for the TV show.
Right.
A blooper reel.
Note to self: if Thodubs ever wants me to help him commit a crime, just say no, because he will want to film it.
That's your brawl check?
That is my brawl.
Okay. You successfully grab him by his tiny little Ugnaught dick, and you pull him over the edge, and he all the way down.
Went to scream, but had a sniper rifle go through his head.
Okay. So
both his heads got crushed.
I'm gonna take it. That's absolutely a thing. So like you gotta do it. He goes to scream. The whole thing happens. Crikey turns around, sees the Ugnaught head explode as he's tumbling down over the edge. And I imagine you just hear Hookers go pull.
And real quiet, like pull.
And this guy's just gone. Okay, so you guys can make it up to the pretty much up to the base of this part. How do you want to proceed from here? These pipes that are going up the side are the coolant for the heat for the power system. Now that you're here, you can tell what it is.
And the coolant is moving up?
It moves up and down. It's going in and out of the power systems to run the thing.
Is there a door anywhere?
So there is, but it's on the back side of the machine. And there's more access plates you can see that are actually like on the top, so you could climb up. Alternately,
we gotta climb.
Alternately, you're right up against it. I mean,
Like if we just put the Beridium charge here, it would.
yes, it'd be like smacking this thing with a proton torpedo.
Yeah. Like honestly, Cricky, it's a Beridium charge. That's why we got a Beridium charge.
I mean, you're right, but let's do it. Let's do it right. I start climbing.
They're like it's not going to make it. It's what I'm trying to tell you. The Beridium charge doesn't matter if it's on top or in the middle. It's done.
It's
going to erase.
Give me a warfare check. Actually, it's not even that difficult. Give me a 1 purple warfare check.
Warfare. That's just intellect, right?
Yeah, Crikey can roll it too.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, I failed. No, I got a 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
While I'm trying to convince you, I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we should get a little deeper in it.
Crikey realizes that it's actually better to put it on the bottom because it's going to dig out ground underneath it, and this thing's probably going to fall into the hole that it's dug. Well, the little bits that are left are going to fall into the hole that it's dug.
Oh, yeah. So I start... Are these like radiator fins?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get in between those.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the mechanics check to plant it.
I'm going to offer my aid as much as I can.
That is a wise idea because if you flub this check...
And I'm gonna say, let's use a light side token.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a great idea.
Hookers is switched to his orange gun.
What's your
his orange
mechanics
bullet?
skill?
Not great. You want to do this?
We have the same fucking skill. Holy fuck. Alright, what's the difficulty?
It's 1 red and 1 purple.
Well, this is fucked.
Yeah.
Alright, so light side token turns that red into a purple. Help from Crikey makes it a boost.
Yep.
It's okay. It only blows up in your face on a despair.
Yeah, but if it doesn't blow up, we're just as fucked.
It's a valid point. There you
Holy
go.
shit.
We did
Nice.
it.
How would you like to spend your advantage? It can be anything relevant to the way that you planted the bomb.
I
It's got
want.
a 5-minute charge?
No, it's got a detonator on it.
You want to... Okay.
It has
Yeah, I thought.
it has options. You can remote detonate it via comlink. You can put it on a timer. You can have a failsafe of a timer. And I think that's it for this one. It doesn't actually
Right, so-
say that, but that's what it is.
I'm assuming there's no way to make it look like this was a natural occurrence.
No.
Okay, let's just take that one off the table real quick. So I want it to be hidden.
Okay. It's very well hidden. It looks like it's part of the machinery. You actually disassemble and reassemble a component around it.
All right.
Oh, wait. We bring the Ugnaught over here.
He just pulled him into it.
You realize,
Oh.
of course, that he's not going to exist.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's the point. I don't want anybody to find
I mean, his DNA will. No, you're very right. It's the erasure from existence. All right, so
Headless and dickless.
Detonator, and then we're gonna roll out and stay kind of in the gully longer.
Okay. So you set it on a failsafe timer, or you just did the detonator?
I guess both. We could give it like a 2-hour timer.
Okay.
What?
It's
I
just
don't want this thing to-
it's a failsafe. He wants to make sure that it actually goes off. It's a wise
Yeah.
decision. So I want another stealth check. It's actually easier because there's fewer of them now. And you've done this before. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's 2 purples instead of 3 purples. That dog has been rolled for 4 times. Just so you know. I'm not just ignoring you two.
Oh, no.
Man, I'm not gonna shoot a dog.
That's still an average of a pass. Okay. So you guys are going back out the exact same way you came in?
Yes.
Okay. Hooks, you see them coming back out. They kind of disappear into the building, and you know they're climbing the pipework on their way back out. Where do you go?
I'm gonna stay here in case they hit the first security droid.
Okay. With their check, I'm going to let them get all the way back out.
Then we're gonna head back to the bar.
Okay. I need one more stealth check from you two as well. Although at this point, I guess that would just result in a destroyed maintenance droid.
No, we would blow up the grinder to get away. He'd be like, "What was that?" And then just the massive explosion.
Not only would we blow it up, but as we blew it up, Gar would say, "Distraction."
Okay. It's a pass from 1.
Oh, I kind of wanted to be caught. That's okay.
Light side token.
There's still
Good time
one
to spend
more.
it.
There's still
Good
one
time
more
to spend
person.
it.
Oh,
Oh,
holy
thank God.
shit.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. So everyone makes it back to the cantina. You guys
Sweet.
are chilling around your little...
I say we drink for like an hour and then leave.
Hold on, you have this on a detonator, right?
Yeah, and a timer.
All right, so what you do is you challenge somebody inside the cantina to like an arm wrestling match, and then you fuck them up by making that thing detonate right in the middle of the match. You win all the money.
I don't really want to be here when that blows up. You understand? They're gonna.
All right.
I thought Gar was going to be like, I'm offended. You think I need a distraction?
Yeah, we should give that detonator to Sham.
Ooh, let Sham pull the trigger. She would like that.
Not tell her too much about it though. Like, hey, here's a button, push it.
She gave you the charge. I think she knows what it's going to do.
Oh yeah, she did give us the Beridium charge.
Yeah.
You remember that sandwich?
Okay.
It's ready.
So it actually takes you guys about 45 minutes to get back down here, even at full speed. So there's only 15 minutes left on the failsafe timer when you get back to Sham.
All right, you want to give it to her?
You know he does.
Yeah, you hired us to do a thing, and we've got a present for you.
What's the present? Is the present the facility's machine is gone? Because it's still there.
We still got 14 minutes. Here's a button.
Oh, hold on. I think she's smart enough to just get this. But yeah, she's just like, oh, and she gets this smile on her face, and she's like, that's very sweet of you, thank you. And she immediately hits the button without any hesitation whatsoever. The earth moves. Like the walls shake and rocks fall, and there's just this incredible explosion as the middle of this industrial grade grinder just evaporates and falls into this massive pit. Like the rest, what's left of it falls into this massive pit. Just completely taking out, like, all of these buildings are completely messed up. The effect is catastrophic. And for a brief moment, you're like, maybe it's a good thing those beryllium charges are illegal.
That's insane.
All right. And the smog is gone because it's been cleared by the explosion. The smog was literally blown into orbit. There's a hole in the atmosphere where you can see all the way out into space.
We're environmentalists now.
Yeah, we did a good thing.
Gar's been hitting the swamp shine again.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to call it there because we're 7 minutes over. But I wanted to get you guys through that. It's fantastic. You guys actually stealthed through a thing, and I didn't even think you were going to do it that way.
Yeah, the stealth thing went really well.
That's my idea.
That was the most shocking part of the whole thing. All right. I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream there. Thanks for stopping by, everyone.